Journey. We've been on a journey for the past 7 weeks, uh, going from the narrow straits, Mitzrayim, from the narrow straits through a kind of initial opening to a greater leap and opening, crossing the sea on the seventh day of Pesach, and this period of wandering in Be'eretz Lo Zruah, in the unsown land, um, uh, opening up the channels within us, attuning, aligning to the unfolding of the Sephardic world for all of us. For those of us who have been on the Sephardic journey, and if you haven't been, no worries. You're welcome to come as Kmo Shatem, as they say, just as you are, wherever you are. And I want to note that there is a tradition that says that 33 days in, once we've opened up Lev 32, our hearts, in Hebrew, Lev 32, then we begin to access the what's called Tov, the good, or the Organuz, the light of expanded consciousness, of expanded awareness. And so it is with that kind of hope of attuning and opening our channels and coming as we are, as seekers, um, uh, as beloveds, even as imperfect human beings, that we are coming to this night, which is the night of Leil Tikkun, or Tikkun Leil, Shavuot, the day of the Tikkun, which I'm not going to translate now, of the evening of Shavuot. And it's a custom to learn into the night. But this is transformative learning. The purpose of this learning is to enable us to drug the sense of time. That is to say, to collapse the distance between where we are now and the ultimate, to stand once again at Sinai, with each other before the mysterious divine, and to draw down some new Torah, a new teaching that is coming to us, as it says, Torah chadasha me'iti tetzeh, a new Torah will come forth from me, from the divine. And so I'll just say a little bit more here, that the Tikkun Leil Shavuot has its origins in the Zohar. And the Zohar is an example, for those of us who've been studying, that we're aware of this, and if not, just hop on board, it's great, as an example of social mysticism. That is, it's a kind of mysticism that happens, thank you, in a group, bechavruta, among friends on the path. And sometimes we've learned that the people who are the chavraya are even people that have never met before. So some of us know each other well, and we're connected heart to heart. And some of us are entering for the first time, and that's wonderful. Panim chadashot is something that a new face is something that always lifts us up, and we find many companions on the way. Some are even furry and purr. Um, um, so anyhow, it started in the Zohar, and I'm going to show you I'm going to share with you how it is conceived of in the Zohar, and then how it was picked up in succeeding generations, and we'll see how we do it. For the mystics in the Zohar and in Tzfat as well, this was a ritual of adorning. One of the meanings of tikkun is to adorn, to array. Yes, it does mean to fix or to restore, but it also means here to adorn, to adorn the Shekhinah, the divine immanent presence, readying her for the wedding with the Holy One. And it's so interesting to me that, is the goal? When is the goal? When is the goal to strip the veils, to take off the clothing, so to speak? And when is it to adorn, to beautify, to add layers of possibility? And we find both of these in the Zohar, right? And there's a famous passage in the Zohar that talks about the move from one kind of interpretation to a deeper interpretation, to a yet deeper interpretation, to a yet deeper interpretation. So you think it's all about stripping off, but in the example, it's not. One is the pshat is simple wheat, right? Simple wheat. The drash, or the another level of allegorical explanation, is bread, right? The I'm sorry, that's remez, forgive me, and the allegorical. And then the third level, drash, is a certain kind of interpretive schema. That's cake. That's cake. And what is the highest level? They're mystics, so they say the highest level is sod, the mystery, the mystical. What is it if not royal pastry? Baklava, or baklawa, right? And so you can see it's kind of adding rather than taking off. They're both very powerful metaphors here. When we remove our masks, literally and figuratively, right, and come present, that's very powerful. But sometimes the act of adorning is an act of getting ready, And so for the mystics, this was a ritual of adorning the Shekhinah, readying her for the wedding with the Holy One. And another level, we're the ones who are getting ready for this intimate encounter with the divine. In Sephardi tradition, what people do is to chant a small portion of each of the 24 books of the Tanakh, of the Hebrew Bible, as they're counted in Jewish tradition, each book corresponding to one of the 24 traditional garments worn by a bride. Now, I can show you what the reference. It's a reference from Isaiah, and that's a lot of that's a lot of things to put on. So this sacred study, this ritual robing, is punctuated by food and song and conviviality. I mean, a being together and a sense of joy-filled mystery, learning into the night, our consciousness altering and expanding and getting ready to once again receive the Torah. And so at Shachrit, in the morning service, we read from Exodus 20 and 19 and 20, the giving of Torah. Again, in Ashkenazi tradition, there's this incredibly long and interesting piyut called Akdamut that is chanted. In most Sephardi traditions, it is a long poem of Israel Najara, which is a ketubah, wherein we marry the Holy One. and everyone is invited under an unfurled talit to come up and stand beneath the chuppah, which is also a standing beneath Sinai. And anyhow, what we're going to do is we're going to dive into diverse teachings. We're going to recast things as is our wont. And we're going to range from reflections on the book of Ruth to various Kabbalistic teachings, reflections on Psalms, on moving from trauma to healing, perhaps some new poetry, and the Torah that is emerging in our lives. And so this is an invitation for us to become shutafim, shutafot, to become loving partners, bridegrooms, bride/grooms of the Torah and of the divine. Or perhaps, if that's a bridge too far for some of us, to simply open to another level of mystery. And so with that, I'm just going to offer up a bracha, and I don't have I can put a text up, but I think it's just better just to be present with each other. So let's just invite us to enter into the mystery and to energetically bond with other people on the screen, whether you do this with eyes closed or eyes open. לשם ייחוד קודשא בריחו שכינתה בתחילו ורחימו ברחימו ותחילו, for the sake of healing the divine, of bringing together the shattered pieces of the holy, in awe and in love and in awe. Hineni mukhan zumaan. We are prepared and almost ready. To do this unification, B'Shem Kol Yisrael, binding to our people in love. הנני מוכן לקיים מצוות עשה של תלמוד תורה. ברוך אתה הוויה אלוהינו חי העולמים, אשר קידשנו במצוותיו וציוונו לעשות בדברי תורה. We are ready. Praised are you, O breathing spirit of the universe, who has connected us up through the mitzvah of delving into the mysteries of Torah. Amen. I'm going to play one song which we can sing with if we wish. Okay, I'm going to try to get this up here. Okay. And if I can make this bigger, if I say play, it'll get bigger. Okay, that's great. Okay, no, wait, I can make it bigger again. Well, good enough. Let me do this here. Okay, I have another way of accessing this. 1 second.
Elliot, can you go back to full screen mode so it's easier to read?
I will. Yeah, I'm just trying to get this up. When I do full screen mode, I can't access this so easily. That's the problem. Okay, project. Oh, please show up. Okay, let me see if it's going to come. Wrong thing is coming through. Okay, let me try it again. This is the problem here. Okay, I'm going to do this in another way. I have this open. Okay, this is it's always a little tricky here to do. And I have to make sure that I hope it doesn't continue to play after that. Great. So that we're going to come back to that chant there, and that is a Yemenite piyut for standing again at Sinai. Because why? We're at Har Hamor. Har Hamor is it's from Song of Songs, the mountain of myrrh, that fragrant mountain, and we're going to see that that there's a whole tradition that that the mountain was made fragrant with the breath of each other and the breath of the divine, and the breath of and the scent of the trees that and the leaves that were wafting at that time too. So this is going back to Har Hamor, to this fragrant mountain, and saying Hallelujah Kitov, how good, Ki Leolam Chasto, for God's love endures forever. And so now let's just do a very quick check-in with each other before we move to the first theme. And we can say who we are and where we're from. And if you happen to know who you were standing next to at Sinai, you can tell us. But that's okay, you don't have to. And just one word or phrase that might help you attune or enter. It could be a blessing, it could be a wish that you have. And I'll start, just not to model, but to give one example of this. I'm Elliot. I'm in Ann Arbor, and the word is it's the phrase is Hayed Nachon, to be to be in right alignment, to be trying to be ready, trying to get ready. Bharti. And I'll just call on you as I see you, Deb, and then Linda Leah.
Hi, everyone. I'm Deb. I am in the North Woods of Michigan. I'm lamenting right now. I have relatives who are in hospital with the virus.
Shamati, thank you so much. As I said, coming as who you really are, where you really stand, is the most powerful thing. Linda Leah and then Gabrielle.
I'm Linda Leah. I'm in the far northwest corner of Ann Arbor. And for entering, I am with silence, really needing quiet and silence.
Shamati, thank you. Gabrielle and then Delinda.
I'm Gabrielle, also from Ann Arbor. And I need grounding today.
Mekurkat. Thank you. Shamati. Delinda and then Amy.
So I'm Delinda. I'm from Ann Arbor. I've had a full day of classes. And so about all I can say right now is Hineni, here I am.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Amy and then Jane. I don't know, maybe Amy is not hearing us at this moment. So we'll come back to Amy, Jane, and then Sue Ann. Someone. Jane, you have to unmute, even though I know you're the expert.
You know, the space bar used to work. It doesn't seem to anymore. I'm Jane. I am just outside of Ann Arbor. My word today, I think, is hurting. A friend of mine lost her husband to COVID. So it's kind of reverberating with me. And there's nothing like having it be somebody you've actually met and talked to bring it really home.
Mati, thank you. Sue Ann and then Ruti.
Hi, everyone. I'm in Toledo and my camera's off. And I think the only way I could turn it on is to leave the meeting. So I'm here. You just can't see me. It's wonderful to be with you. And I would say the yearning for and desire to open to connection.
Shamati, thank you. Ruti and Lucinda.
Hi, everyone. It's so wonderful to see you all. I'm here. I observe. I see. I'm from Ann Arbor. As my accent can tell you, I'm also Israeli. And yeah, I see, I hear.
Shamati. And I'll just say that the tradition, it says that 3 times a year, I'm just going to be inclusive here. We are to appear before the divine in the from Leviticus, I think 23, the pilgrimage holiday, and it says, and the rabbis read it, lirot veleraot. It's to see and to be seen, and so that's one of the great blessings when we can both see and be seen for who we are. Lucinda and for Latifa and Miriam.
Lucinda, and I'm now in the almost furthest southern spot in the United States, and I'm going on a sacred pilgrimage tomorrow at 5 a.m. back home to Ann Arbor. So I'm participating in the pilgrimage, and I will be back with all you dear ones late Saturday night.
So Mati, the red carpet is unfurling as we speak. Dvora, Latifa, Miriam, and then Amy, if you're hearing me now, we'll come to you. Okay.
Hi, I am Dvora. I am in Southern California in North Hills. And I am in a healing mode, and also my heart is open to connection and learning, and very happy to be here.
Mati, and welcome.
Thank you.
And Amy, and then Rebbe Debbie.
Okay. I'm Amy Rosenberg, and I'm from Ann Arbor. And I just like this way, I just like this. I mean, I'm a member of 3 congregations, and I like the Pardes Chaim one the best for these days.
So Mati, it's so wonderful to see you. Yes. Thank you. Rebbe Debbie, and then Wendy Chana.
I had to get rid of my video so you can all hear me okay. And it's good Yom Tov. It's so wonderful to be back in Ann Arbor via Zoom. I used to be from Ann Arbor, and now I live in Philadelphia. And wondering if the peonies are blooming in Ann Arbor now. A little early. Oh, here we go. And, I need to be held up by firm ground in a very unfirm world.
Samati, and welcome. Wendy Chana, and then Linda, as in Joe.
I didn't really hear the question, but my name's Wendy, and I'm in Pleasantville, New York. And what was the question that you asked, Elliot?
Sure. The question is some phrase that that will help us enter, that some phrase that kind of captures where you are right now, that will help you enter. And it can be either an offering, a longing, or where you really are right now.
I think where I am right now, especially in New York, is in a wondering state about whether these next 2 weeks are actually going to be become more dangerous. So I'm in between wanting to go out where I want to go out versus trying to keep my rational mind being careful. And in between, taking walks.
So good to see you.
Nice to see you too. And all of you.
Thank you. And Linda, and then Renee.
Linda, Ann Arbor on the 2nd floor. And I actually will probably be blanking my face out because my computer's been unstable all day, and we need to keep the 1st floor active. So I don't want to knock Elliot out. And so I am, so this is unpeeling. Peeling in order to be here. Full day of work and study. So I'm trying to get evaluation out of my head to peel down, to be here, to enter and be counted.
You've come to the right place. Shamati. And Renee. And then anyone else who who may have come in recently. I don't think there is.
Okay. I'm from Ann Arbor. I spend part of the afternoon planting squash and tomatoes, so that felt very good. I've been reflecting a lot on something that you, Elliot, said to me several years ago about when I talked about Jerusalem and the book about Jerusalem and the numbers of people who came and went and came and went. And you said, and the wars and the famines and the pestilences. And you said, this is how the earth kept its population in balance. You said something to that effect.
I
And
did.
wise words. But it's been in my head all the time because I feel that we are part of this arc of history. And instead of saying why, it's like, why not? Why not now?
Mm-hmm.
That it was, we're ready for it now. And so I'm trying to, that's where I'm working my head around right now.
Shamati. So I invite everyone just to feel your heartbeat or your pulse. And just behold the faces or see the voices as we are beckoned to do on this day. V'chola amro imat kolot, and all the entire people saw the voices. So even if we don't see Suan's panam here, we see her face and feel the pulsing of life going through us. And it's good to be here together. So I can feel that energy. So I reminded of the rabbinic teaching. I see that I'm going to do only the first. I had a two-parter, and I'm only going to do the first part of it. So I'm going to do this big thing I've on fragrance. I'll do it, after Ruti. It'll be like around midnight if anyone wants it. It's like I'm totally into it. And anyhow. It says, I think it's in chapter 20, but it goes, it says, Vayitzvu ha'am b'tachtit ha'har. The entire nation stood or gathered, stood upright, like a matzeva, at the foot of the mountain. And the one rabbinic interpretation is, very famous, that is v'chafalehem ha'kegigit, that God lifted up the mountain and put it like a big dome or kippah over their head and said, if you accept the Torah, well and good. If not, you're in your grave. And some of the rabbis later said, well, that was kfiyat datit, that was religious coercion, and they were a little ambivalent about it because we want it to be free will. But I think there's something else that's really important there. There are moments of making decisions in our lives that are boundary situations, that are ones that alter our lives. And if, as Sheffa Gold says, prayer takes place in the space between life and death, the truth is that our lives always take place in the space between life and death, because they are always present. And there is another teaching from Psikta de Rav Kahana that I believe, it might be Psikta Rabati, I get them confused, that says, and God spoke all these words at Sinai. And what were the meaning of those words? The words were Memitu Mechaye Bevatachat, that God was bringing to life and slaying in the same word, in the same breath, afflicting and healing in the same breath, in the same word, in the same moment. And I always like to say that it's generally hard for us to hold that simultaneity in one moment. We might be overwhelmed by the one or the other, but there are moments in our lives where we do hold both of them. Spring is a good time, right? You see the dead berry from the previous year and the new blossom together, and we see it in the life cycle, and we're seeing it in this period. Heschel used to love to quote that midrash of the Har Hagigit, and he would say that the mountain of destiny is over our heads now. Shall we choose life? And saying about being aware what happens when our consciousness is opened, right? Sometimes it makes it weightier and harder, but sometimes it gives us that there is a surprising resilience and strength that emerges from being in that moment where, as Linda put it, being peeled or unpeeled, as the case may be, where we can hear we can hear frequencies that are normally closed to us, right? We can see through walls in different ways, and maybe our kli, our vessel, it is capacious enough, imperfect though it is, to hold that simultaneity with humility, and hopefully though with some joy as well. So just some thoughts, and so I'd like us to turn to page 20 and please rise. No, I'm going to put up the first text right now, and these are texts that have to do with the Tikkun itself. Okay, and I'm only going to do that. I those of you who were hoping to get a quick hit on the fragrance, stuff happens, and I don't want to push everyone else back so long. So let's put this up here, and I'm going to try to move it, and I'm going to try to make it full size here. If I can do play, it'll work. Okay. So I hope you can see it. Can you see the whole screen? Okay, great. And I have to move it so I can see it. Well, all right. I'm losing my okay, whatever. I can't find my cursor. Anyhow, so this is a teaching from the Zohar, and I know this is a little small here. If I could only move the cursor, I would really be happy. Okay, I can't. All right. This is one of the earliest, there's two passages in the Zohar, that masterwork of Spanish Kabbalah, that talks about the Tikkun Leil Shavuot. I like to read it, and I can't really see too many people. So if someone does want to read it aloud, besides me, Harez Meshubach, that's awesome. Otherwise, I'll read and hopefully open it up in a little bit. So I'm going to read the Aramaic. There's a nice Hebrew on the left, and the English is on the bottom there. Rabbi Shimon Havayati vela'e be'oraita belelia dechala itchabrat bevala. Tanenan kol inun chavraya divne hechala dechala. Itzterichu be'ahu lelia dechala izdamnat. Lemeve leyoma achra go chupa bevala. Lemeve ima kolahu lelia. Okay, Rabbi Shimon was sitting, engaged in Torah. Right? And I love the word engaged here. On the night when the bride is joined with her husband. And this is, typical, and I know that some of us struggle with the genderings, and I want to acknowledge that. But I also want to, at this point, just go with the Zohar here, and this is the moment of the intimate joining of different aspects of the divine that have been held apart in some way. And the whole journey from Egypt, from Mitzrayim, from the place of the narrow straits, the place of exile, an exile of the voice, as it's called, galut hakol. Here, there's a period of having found, the Shekhinah having found her voice, and the people having found their voice, that they are ready to rejoin with the divine transcendent. For we have learned, all those companions, that is, all those folks gathered there, the Chavraya, initiated into the bridal palace, initiated into the home of the Shekhinah, need on that night, when the bride is destined to, the next day, to be under the chuppah with her bride, to be with her all night, delighting with her in her adornments in which she is arrayed, engaging in Torah, from Torah to prophets, from prophets to writings, midrashic renderings of verses and mysteries of wisdom. These are her adornments and finery. And so I don't know if you notice this here, but it's like engaging in Torah, from Torah to the prophets, prophets to the writings, midrashic renderings of verses and mysteries of wisdom. Anyone want to think what that's referring to there? You're going to have to speak up, because when we're in full mode, I can only see about 4 of you easily.
To me, it's a sort of historic progression.
Yes. Yeah. So it's it's going through the different layers of Torah. And in fact, I needed to say that in the Sephardi tradition, not only do they do the 24 books of Torah as the garments, adornments for the bride, but of course they'll do Talmud and Midrash, and of course verses from the Zohar, right? So it's all those things, the Midrashic renderings and the mysteries of wisdom. It's all the levels of Torah. And I want us to think here, because we're going to be talking in some ways about the fragrance of a paper rose in a while. And so, you know, what are those teachings that we offer up that are adornments, or that are garments, or exemplars of beauty that we offer up to the beloved? And what are the verses? What are our poems? What are our longings, our maxims, as it were, that we offer up? And here, these are her adornments and finery. And she enters, that is the Shekhinah, escorted by her maidens standing above their heads. Now, there's something really interesting here. So that in the Zohar, they're accessing these different levels of spiritual beings, and there's a way in which that I love that the maidens here. Okay, let's see. Oh, I forgot to say that the one thing that all those the Torah, the prophets, the writings, that's likened in the Midrash to a necklace with different beads on it. So you are stringing the beads together here. That's another kind of metaphor for this right here. And oh yes, Ve'ihi ulam taha, and she is escorted by her maidens. And who are the maidens? The maidens are the angels, but it's also, and this is kind of fun. It's in the Zoharic context, it's the males who are gathering there. They become bride. They've been gendered as female now, and they become the bridal escorts here. Adorned by them, she rejoices with them the whole night. The next day, she enters the canopy only with them, and they are called Bnei Chupata, members of the bridal party, the canopy. As soon as she enters the canopy, the Blessed Holy One inquires about them. I have to go to the next page here. Let's see. Hopefully, it worked. um, uh, addresses them and crowns them with bridal crowns. Happy is their share. הוא שואל עליהם ומברך אותם ומעטר אותם ביתרותיה של הכלה זכאי חלקם. Okay, I realize I got the Hebrew there rather than the Aramaic. Here, happy is their share, and they are, Rabbi Shimon and all the companions were singing the songs of Torah, innovating words of Torah, each one of them. Rabbi Shimon and all the other companions rejoiced. I'm just going to skip a little bit. Let's see. Oh, that's no. I'm just going to go continue on the right side there. The Blessed Holy One blesses them with 70 blessings. What are the 70 blessings? It is all the Sephirotic, 10 Sephirotic energies in the 7 lower Sephirot that are just that are coming down, and it's they're sitting in the Shefa at this moment here, and then what happens in the morning when the bride is aroused or awakened to enter the canopy the next day. She is arrayed and illumined. She is in Hebrew. The word is from the word tikkun, that she is metukenet. She is arrayed and illumined with her adornments, together with the companions, rejoicing with her through the whole night, while she rejoices with them. And so this is a time of intimacy with the Shekhinah here. And I'll show you one thing. Oh, this is the verse where the 24 garments come from here. And I'm not going to go through it here. It's really easy to get 23. It's hard to get 24, but they do somehow. And I'm not going to go through it right here. I'm going to exit and stop share. And so I'm just thinking, like, I guess my so this is the origin of the Tikkun Leil Shavuot. I know that if you go to most synagogues, it's understood as a study session of any sort, right? And that's wonderful in many ways. But I just want to show you that the Kabbalistic notion is that we're preparing to enter into the mystery, and that we are masters of adornment, or bridesmaids in some ways. And I just wondered what that suggests to you, that that offering up of gifts here, and see what that brings forth. Anyone? Yeah, Debbie.
I'm thinking about the scene from the show on what's it called, Unorthodox, where the bride is, where she's getting dressed for her wedding. And I think one thing that happens, especially with very young brides, is that older relatives or friends help adorn them. So instead of them being there by themselves and being terrified, it's community, and they're actually really, giving advice and kind of accompanying them as they're in kind of a liminal state.
It's beautiful, and yet I always think of the Shekhinah as being maybe ageless and much wiser than we, and so that's kind of it's interesting to hold both of those pictures here.
Yeah, maybe we're a little bit nervous about our impending wedding with God, and we need a little bit of reassurance.
Beautiful. Yeah. Ruti.
Okay. It reminds me of Pshat, the opposite of adornment.
Right.
And how the Karaites, for example, mode of reading is to take off layers and layers of meaning in order to get to the core of the meaning, to the, I don't know, etymology or to the miluli, to the literal meaning,
Literal.
as opposed to admit the layers of accumulation of interpretation and meaning in the historical process as part of text, as part of narrative, that narrative is never only what it was at the beginning, but it's always all the layers that accumulated. And that's language, and that's what we see, and that's how we see each other, how we see ourselves. We are accumulation of moments, and in that sense it's a whole different meaning in terms of, and you cannot, any division, any attempt to sort things out is artificial and arbitrary, because we can never really separate between these different layers and to accept it. So I like it, it's nice.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah, Dvora.
I'm seeing the companions with the Shekhinah after doing, the tree of life, and the Shekhinah is at Malchut. Yet all those companions escorting her is all the Sfirot, and each of those being a different perspective and part of the path to our access, because the lovemaking is our access to each other, to the divine, to join the earth with heaven. And those companions are a necessary set of perspectives to bring one to that receptivity, to allow that union, to like you were saying, the liminal space, the and I've been at several Orthodox weddings where the bride is, in that liminal space of just everyone is fussing around her, and she's all dressed up, and she is just repeating psalms over and over and over and over to become receptive and to be protected and to be in that state of beauty. So it requires a lot of preparation, and I'm seeing that those companions are a necessary step.
So, and it's interesting that, normally, see that this is like, I don't think that the weddings in Castile in the late 13th century are identical in the preparations to what we might experience now. But it's really interesting, again, that the male Kabbalists are imagining themselves, well, as part of Am Yisrael, often configured as feminine, being in that role. And I love what you said, that we are coming from the place that we have just come from, counting the Sfirat HaOmer is Malchut Sheba Malchut. So we are really in the place of alignment with the Shekhinah at this time, right? So really poised in a way to be the maidens and the Shushabin, the part of the bridal party here, and it's about creating a tapestry of love and of deep connection, and so I just want us to think that maybe just as Torah has been coming through us as we have been counting the Omer and shining it forth, that's part of the Torah that we are offering up, whether we speak it or not. It's part of the intention that we're bringing, and some of us may not have been on that journey right now and just popping in now. So you'll have your own insights that come from coming in just afresh as well.
Yeah. And I guess also I see the companion, if the companions, taking that analogy further, this different Sefirot, it's like it alternates between a masculine energy and a feminine energy. We have Gvorah and we have Tiferet and we have, you know, so they alternate back and forth between the receptive and the active. And you need that, like, I like that weaving, the idea of weaving between as a basket, as something to hold, a container. One must be held by a container in order to withstand that, the onslaught. You know, the realization of union is wonderful, but also mind-blowing, or we could say ego-blowing.
Awesome. That's just gorgeous. And any last comments? If not, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to save, you know, the chant that we began with. I'm going to save that to when it's my turn to come back again, and because this was just setting up the heart of what I was going to do, which is about how like the fragrance of love, and how the olfactory imagination is so critical to the imagining Sinai and the world of interweaving, and the way in which we set it up. So I'm just going to say this a little bit on setting it up, just because some of you may not be here when I come back on, and that is, I've invited people to bring fragrances. One of the customs, both really throughout the Jewish world, for recreating standing at Sinai and Shavuot, is to take fragrant flowers and twigs and put them in the cracks in the walls in your house. This is what it says, to put them beneath your feet, so that you release the scent of herbs and flowers, and that you are transported through the medium of scent, that opens up different dimensions of consciousness, to be transported into that world. And I'll say much more about it, you know, when I come back on. After this time. So Adkan Hakafa Aleph, this is the first offering, and I'm going to turn right now. I'm going to hand the shofar to Linda Leah right now, and I know you're going to be singing first, so I'm looking forward.
Yeah, of course you've changed the lead-in. So I may.
I did, because it would take me another 45 minutes.
I think I'll go with the fragrance anyway. Jane, or can you make me a co-host, right, so I can share a screen? So if people want to sing, they can. And until that happens, I'll just offer what was coming to me. And this is one of those chants that's not on the website of Shefas. It's very hard to find all the words to, and I don't know from the Song of Songs, but also thematically about the joining, about us being open, standing at the mountain, getting ready to go to the canopy. The English phrase is, I will open to you, my beloved. Will you open to me? But I can't remember the rest of the Hebrew. It starts with
Kamti ani liftoach ledodi. I'll put it in the chat.
Ani liftoach ledodi.
Put it in the
So
chat.
that's very much where we are. We are also in adorning. We are opening ourselves to receive the love and to give our love. So, but if I can. I was going to play off the fragrance and offer this up. That, of course, in the temple, the incense represented the aromas at Sinai, and of course, our God loves fragrance. And so another way of enticing communion and unity with God is to bring the incense. And I thought we might share this prayer before my little tiny teaching. And it sounds like this. Tikkun tefilati, kitoret lafanecha. Tikkun tefilati, kitoret lafanecha. Tikkun tefilati, kitoret lefanecha. Tikkun tefilati, kitoret lefanecha. And so later in the evening, as Rabbi Elliot offers us more fragrance, you can echo perhaps this in your heart and your voices, that your prayers are also aromas that are enveloping us as we approach the moment at Sinai and engage all our senses. So that was just a little. So for me, the week of Shekhinah, I'm focusing on culminating today in Shekhinah, Sheva Shekhinah. I've really been, I think I already used in one of the emails that some of the folks here have received, I've been kind of bathing in some of the energy of Sivan. And in my way, I was looking for something feminine, and I needed to do a teaching last Sunday for my group at Temple Beth Emeth, where lots of people don't even know the story of Ruth, or just beginning to enter into that kind of study. And I was struck by the insights I received, which were fresh for me in reading Ruth and the story of Naomi and the other sister-in-law, Orpah, about the effect of Sivan's energies on that story. Sivan is a month that we are receiving. It's about movement. It's about all of us having one heart at Sinai. We all received with one heart, and being open-hearted so that we can receive. And so I saw the story of Ruth in a new way, and I was moved to write it up and share it. So I think I'll, because it's late and I'm getting really tired, I'm just going to read. So we finished the last week of Omer with a day of Shekhinah, Sheva Shekhinah, a day of extreme feminine receptivity of all the Sephirot and the manifestation of our unique blend of all those, of our beingness. And so I was looking for more female role modeling, and we traditionally look to the Book of Ruth on this evening. And I found what I thought was a very beautiful lesson about the Sivan energies of receiving, movement, the use of open-heartedness and one-heartedness exhibited by us as we stood at Sinai. So Ruth and Orpah's relationship with Naomi really illuminates the essence of being open-hearted and receiving love. At the moment that the famine in Bethlehem is over and Naomi decides to go back to Bethlehem, Ruth and Orpah both offer to return with Naomi because they have received her great love. And Naomi hasn't yet received what she needed to receive to open completely to Ruth. And it's not until, so she says, no, you stay here. This is where your land is. This is where your family, go back to your father's households. And that's what Orpah decides to do. But Ruth opens Naomi's heart further because she shares her own guidance, her personal Torah, which is that where you go, I will go, your people will be my people, your God will be my God. And so Ruth has really received the divine love. She's been moved. She is now going to move physically and spiritually. So her divine purpose is to go to Bethlehem out of love of Naomi and the Yod He Vav He. She's being propelled physically and spiritually forward on her path. And she's willing to leave her present identity behind her and journey into the unknown. And by doing this, Ruth becomes a blessing. She becomes a source of blessing, not just to Naomi by eventually marrying Boaz and acquiring bounty and security for the two of them, who are poor widows, but moreover, becoming a blessing to the Holy One of Being itself and the Jewish people by becoming the progenitor of King David and prophetically the Messiah. And it seemed to me that she didn't know how she was going to serve. She just was propelled by her divine guidance. And that's what we're doing as we stand at Sinai, filled with the love of Shekhinah, receiving and blending all the Sephirot in preparing ourselves. And so right now, we're all living in the mystery of the pandemic. If we embrace with open-hearted receptivity and the covenantal relationship, stand at the chuppah and make the covenantal marriage vow again, what we receive will lead us to being a blessing in ways that we do not yet know. So what can we leave behind? What can we receive? Where can our guidance venture to take us? We do not know how we will bring blessing to ourselves and our community, but each of us will be a blessing. And when I finished this, I realized it was just an expansion of we will not know how we will serve until we get there, which is what starts the Exodus story, right? It's what Moses says to Pharaoh, kind of perhaps putting him on, but we have taken it as a deep spiritual lesson that we would not know how we were going to serve God. And therefore, Pharaoh had to let us take our kids and our flocks and everything with us, because we wouldn't know. And so, as we stand at Sinai, we don't know how we will serve in the coming year. We just know that we will receive whatever it is we're supposed to receive and offer it back, and it will be a blessing to ourselves, to our beloveds, to our community, which is so much in need. And so the simple chant that goes with that is a sweetness. And that's the other thing. I've just been moving more inward. I've been needing more sweetness. And I think the word I gave was silence. So originally I had picked a very bombastic chant, and I found myself moving more and more to quieter chants. And that was another reason I wanted to do the Ruth story and the Ruth chant. And so I'll go back to that screen share, and I invite people to join me. There we go. Nope, that's Cole Hudson. There she is, Ruth. So, and we are all embracing each other at the foot of the mountain, and we are all embracing God with our open hearts. Sounds like this. Amech ami I think I need to drink some. This is a soft drink, not a beer. Oh, and I wouldn't mind if I'm going to pause and perhaps Gabrielle would be willing to echo me as I occasionally echo her. I know I didn't ask you to prepare, but I just thought of this. But I remember
I will
someone
do my
said,
best.
yeah, Amech Ami,
Amech Ami,
Elohayech Elohai,
Elohayich Elohai,
Amech Ami,
Amech Ami,
Elohayech Elohai,
Elohayich Elohai,
Amech Ami,
Amech Ami,
Elohayech Elohai,
Elohayich Elohai,
Amech Ami,
Amech Ami,
Elohayech Elohai.
Elohayich Elohai,
Sorry. Elohayech Elohai.
Elohayich Elohai.
So I welcome you all into my little world of sweetness and the love between Ruth and Naomi, the love between Ruth and Boaz, another joining of the male and female principle that bore fruit in King David and Baruch Hashem, the Mashiach. So thank you, Devarti.
Shamati Yasher Koch, that was so wonderful and awesome. And before I think Gabrielle,
Yashikoa.
and before Gabrielle comes on, I just thought I would do like a little hop here. Since it's on my computer, I'm going to do this, and it'll just take me a sec. Yeah, okay. I'm going to share this with you, and okay. And I know I probably have to make this full size. Oh my goodness! Here, let me see if I can move. Here we are. Here. So what I'm looking at here, I don't know if that's, can I make this bigger? Here, let's see, tell me if this is bigger or smaller. Uh-oh.
Click
Uh-oh.
the share, Elliot, put
What?
it back on the screen and click the share button in the lower right corner.
Yeah, I know, but you know what the problem is? Now I'm pinwheeling.
Oh, I can't help you with that.
Yeah, okay. I can't believe that happened, but you know, okay. Zoom to fit. Let's see what happens here.
Maybe Linda Jo needs to turn her computer off.
Yeah. Oh no. Okay. I'm getting it back. Well, for a second it came back, and now it stopped again. Okay. Okay. I can't get too fancy here. I could. Quite know what to do. I'm stuck here. Let's see if I do escape. What happens? Nothing. You can hear me, I take it? Okay.
Yes, we try.
Okay.
Go.
I think I can do, something happened right now, but I think I can do this here. Okay, it tells me that something needs to be updated. Okay. Stop share. Okay. I'm going to stop share this, and I'm going to put it on, and I'll just, you know, do it as best I can. You're telling me at the bottom somewhere I can make it. I can make it full screen before, but then I lost everything when I did that. That was a problem. Okay, so let me just, I'll try to make it ever so slightly larger and move it up. Okay. No, it's too big. Okay, like this. This is from the Kabbalist and polymath by the name of Chaim Yosef David Azulai, a fascinating figure who was born in Jerusalem, grew up in Hebron, and then was the shaliach from the Jerusalem community to much of he was an ambassador to much of the Jewish world. You can see where he went. He went to Tunis, to Morocco, to France, to Holland, to Germany, and Livorno. And anyhow, so this is just a word play here that I think has something kind of deep in it, and it has to do with Ruth and Boaz. Okay, and in one of his books, it says, Puk chazi, go out and see, ki tzedakah be'atbash hu gamken tzedakah. Okay, so this is the trick, that go out and see that the word in Hebrew, tzedakah, in the unusual gematria game called atbash, is also the word tzedakah. And let me explain. So atbash is that kind of wild gematria where whenever there is the aleph, you replace the aleph with the taf. In other words, the first letter in the alphabet with the last, and bet, the second letter, with the shin, which is the penultimate letter, and so on and so forth. And so it's really reading things backwards and forwards. And this we're going to see what the deep teaching is behind it in a second. But he says that the word tzedakah, when you put it in atbash and you read it instead of from right to left, you read it from left to right, is the word tzedakah itself. Okay, and then we'll see what this means. So in other words, and I apologize for people who may not know Hebrew letters, but I'm going to start here with the tzadi, right? And the tzadi is it's the fifth from the end of the alphabet. So the atbash version of it is the fifth letter, the hey. The dalet is the fourth letter in the alphabet. So its atbash letter is the kuf, which is the fourth from the end. The kuf is the fourth from the end, right? And so that's going to be the dalet, which is the fourth letter in the alphabet. And then finally the hey, the fifth letter, is going to be the tzadi, which is the fifth from the end. So when you read the word tzedakah from right to left, it's tzedakah, the giving, the doing of justice that redistributes wealth in a more equitable way. That's how I'm going to translate it here, an act of charity or kindness. And then when you read it from left to right in atbash, it is tzedakah. You get it? It's both forwards and backwards. And what's the meaning of this? He says it's this. This intimates that not only does the wealthy person do tzedakah with the poor person, but the poor person also does tzedakah with and for the wealthy one. And so the example that he gives is a strange verse in the book of Ruth, chapter 2, verse 19. V'shema ish asher asiti imo hayom Boaz. And it goes like this. She says, and the man whom I showed kindness was Boaz. People read that, who showed? No, it was Boaz who showed her kindness and giving her a place to rest and bringing her the sustenance, et cetera, et cetera. But he says no. The pshat of this is correct. That is, she showed Boaz kindness, and then he goes on to say that for more than the householder does justice tzedakah for the poor person does tzedakah for the householder. And there's a way that we think, that when you think of an act of giving is always, there is some give and take and some kind of flow. It appears that the energy goes in one direction, but it is, as others have said, it's kadma v'yazla. It is coming and it is going. So there's some sense here in another way of reading is the way in which she was able to receive that support was itself an act of tzedakah, of a kind of equity and a kind of a kind of flow of energy that moved in two directions. Okay, that was my little hop there. Okay. and so this is a deep teaching that is in a distinctly Jewish and maybe kind of quasi-Kabbalistic, playful kind of inflection, right? Because we don't live as human beings in general. We live as human beings in very specific kinds of ways. And hopefully the very specificity that we share in its specificity resonates and opens out in a deep way. To quote Cynthia Ozick, that if you want to bring forth something very powerful that can be widely shared, she says and your instrument is the shofar. It helps to blow through the narrow aperture in the shofar that then opens out, rather than through the wide aperture of the shofar. Just saying. Okay, so 10:28, 2 extra minutes. But any reflections before we hand it over to the 10:30 to Gabrielle? Yeah, Ruti. But you have to unmute.
It's wonderful.
Yeah, isn't it a great teaching? And you know, and I love that his name is the Chida, Chaim Yosef David Azulai. But if you just hear it in Hebrew, it means a riddle. I mean, it's not spelled that way. But you know, he was something. Yeah. He moved through the entire Jewish, I mean, not through the entire Jewish world, but through so many different parts of the Jewish world. And that it is quite amazing.
It's connected to what I'm going to talk about. So thank you.
You're welcome. Gabrielle.
Okay. I will be able, I see I have a share screen button at the bottom, so I'm assuming I don't need to be a co-host to do anything. So I'm just going to put some words in the chat box for you, that we'll get to in a couple of minutes. So I have to say I'm very attracted to this idea of the garments, and that you go through like 24 articles of clothing to adorn the bride. And this really relates to something that I learned in one of my classes about a custom of the Kaifeng Jews in an area of, I think it's in Canton. I'm not sure exactly, but I think it's in that province. And they were an isolated Jewish community they had no contact with other Jews for about 800 years. And they had all of these interesting, unique practices. And we know about some of these practices because there was a father, a Catholic father, who visited their community. He was curious about it, and he wrote about some of their customs. And one of the things that they did was that they would, when they read the Torah, they would put a veil over their faces. And this father, John Paul Gozani, said that the custom was meant to honor the memory of Moses, who covered his face when he descended the mountain to promulgate the law of God to his people. And so I'm very excited by this, and I think that Shavuot is an opportunity to riff off of this. Off of this ritual. And so if you have a talit or a veil with you, I invite you to put it over your head so that we can prepare for revelation. And I'm going to play a song for you that 2 of my classmates wrote, and the lyrics are V'chol ha'am ro'im et hakolot. And so in the whole nation saw the sounds, and so that they had an unusual synesthetic experience, and they saw the sounds. So I want us to veil ourselves like Moses and prepare to hear revelatory voices. And hopefully I can read music with this veil on. We'll see. I see the sound, I'll be the sound, resound beyond containing. I'll see the sound, I'll hear the sound, resound beyond containing. V'chol ha'am ro'im et ha'kolot, v'kol ha'am ro'im et ha'kolot. And now, my bridegrooms and brides, we can unveil, and this is the veil in my imagination for this ritual, for this teaching of the book of Psalms. And so I'd like to concentrate on Psalm 93 and 29 in particular. And they're about the voices, the revelatory voices, but through the element of water. So I'm going to share a document with you so that you can follow along. Nope, that's the wrong, I'm sorry, that's the wrong document.
Just stole my line. That's the wrong document.
Oh, yeah?
I'm joking. I'm always saying that's the wrong document.
Yeah, I think that you have to have it up on your desktop, and I had it hidden. So now it's visible. Okay, you learned something new. Okay, so this is just the lyrics to the song, but we can move to here. Okay, so there's a psalm that we say on Shabbat, Kabbalat Shabbat, Psalm 93, and we speak of Mikolot Mayim Rabim Adirim Mishbereyam Adir Bamaram Adonai. And above the thunder of the mighty waters, more majestic than the breakers of the sea, God is majestic on high. And what are these mighty waters? What are the mighty waters that this psalm is referring to? And so in the mystic explorations of the Kabbalists, there is a link between these mighty waters and Psalm 94:3 and the 7 rivers. They refer to 7 rivers issuing from Eden to sustain life in the lower worlds. Now, this is an imaginative departure from the 4 rivers that we read about in Genesis 2, Pishon, Gihon, the Tigris, and the Euphrates. This is different. This is a mystical Rif. And Tikkun Zohar teaches that the 7 rivers also refer to the 7 lower Sefirot, from Chesed to Malchut, and to the 42-letter name of God. Now we know the 42-letter name of God in reference to the piyut, the poem Ana B'Choach, which is encoded with the letters of the beginning of Bereshit. So they say that with all these interesting permutations that the rabbis would do with letters, the first 42 letters of Genesis are actually a holy name. And so what they do is they refer to basically to the very beginning of creation, to that creative power. And so when we say Ana B'Koach, or when we look at the letters of Ana B'Koach, what we're doing is we're tapping into some sort of transformational energy. And what's interesting with respect to water in this is in verse 2, we have V'ha'aretz hayata tohu vavohu v'choshech al pnei tohom v'ruach Elohim merachepet al pnei hamayim. And so there was a wind of God that hovered over the waters. And this wind is likened to a voice. So mikolot, the kolot, these voices are likened to this kind of energy. And so in Psalm 29, there are all of these verses that talks about the voice of God with this attribute, and the voice of God with that attribute, and the Kabbalists found associations with the Sfirot. And so what I'd like to do is I'd like to just go over them with you, and then I'd like to do a ritual, because these verses were used in magical rituals in some of the Kabbalistic works, and I'll tell you a little bit about them. They're very exciting and unusual, and I'd like to have our own experience with them and tap in to water energy and to revelation through imaginative connection with these water energies. Okay, so the first verse that they point out is verse 3 in Psalm 29. And this is associated with chesed. So it says, Kol Adonai al hamayim el hakavod hirim Adonai al hamayim rabim. And so al hamayim is referring to chesed. That in a sense creation comes from a type of chesed, because God wants to express godly energy into the world, to share, to relate. And so this is a form of loving kindness. And so these letters that you see, I hope you can see my cursor circling like that. These letters on the left are the first 6 letters of the 42-letter name. And so what you do is it's important to connect by looking at the letters, because we don't know how to pronounce them. Ana B'Koach is just it's an accurate, a poem that uses each letter, to tap into the energy of holiness, right? But the actual words of Ana B'Koach are not the 42-letter name. The 42-letter name is just a bunch of letters, and we don't know how to pronounce them. So this is the first one that's connected to Chesed. And then the verse 4 is divided up into 2. So Kol Adonai B'Koach, Koach is strength, and Gevura also has to do with strength. A Gibor is a hero, a strong person, right? And Gevura is also strength. It's not just discernment and a sphira about judgment, but it also means strength. So Kol Adonai B'Koach refers to Gevura, and then the next 6 letters of Ana B'Koach. So it's like Kabel, Rinat, Amcha, Sagvenu, Taharenu, Nara. And then the second half of the verse, Kol Adonai B'Hadar, refers to Tiferet. And then the next 6 letters of the 42-letter name. And then You have Psalm 29:5. Kol Adonai Shover Arazim is connected to Netzach. So the voice of God breaks the cedars and shatters the cedars. So it's about getting things done, right? And then you have the next set of 6 letters. And then Kol Adonai Chotsev Lahavot Eish, and this is the voice of God kindles the flames of fire, and this is connected to Hod. And fire is associated with the upper waters as well. And so it's this sense of devotion, and I think of Hod as an energy of devotion and devekut, like the idea of doing something in service is giving yourself over to something higher, to the flames of God. And then verse 8, Kol Adonai Yachil Midbar, and so the voice of the Lord convulses in the wilderness. And there's an interesting point here that they don't talk about in Tikkun Zohar, which I just like this myself. I don't know, how people will respond to this, but the second half of it says Adonai Midbar Kadesh. The Lord convulses the wilderness of Kadesh, and Kadesh is where Miriam was buried, and she's the holder of, she's the in charge of the waters during the wandering through the desert. And so I don't think that that's an accident, but I like that association. And then the last one, Malchut, Kol Adonai Yecholel Ayalot, and so the voice of the Lord causes hinds to calve and strip forest bare well his temple, all say glory. So this is the culmination of the manifestation of godliness in Malchut. So that's the associations that they talk about. Now, what's fascinating, I want to go back to the first verse, this one. Okay, so this verse is used in a ritual for the transmission of the holy name to tap into magical creative energy. And this is found in Sefer Hashem. And if you want to read more about it, you can look at Joseph Dan's Heart in the Fountain, and he goes into it in detail. But the person reciting this verse, when they're tapping into the magical powers and to transmitting the holy name, the pronunciation of the holy name, which is a very, very precious secret, this ritual happens while one is standing in water. And so in a sense, what is happening is that the rabbis and the disciple are imitating God in a sense, because God creates by hovering over the waters, right? And so you engage with creative energy where you can manipulate the forces of nature or be a co-creator in a human way, but you have to stand in the water, and you have to almost be like God in a human way. And if you think about Moshe, when he for the splitting of the Red Sea, he had to stretch his arm over the water. So this kind of theme is reenacted. And I'm very excited by that. So what I'd like us to do is to have a meditative experience with water images and reciting each of these verses. And I hope that you have a glass of water with you, because we have to recite this stuff over water. Okay, so, and also if you have a leaf, that would be really cool. For all the people who are in the Zohar class, this is going to be our special message of, we're going to write on the leaf with water, and this is going to be a special keeper of deep wisdom. Okay, So, I'd like us to begin by sitting in a comfortable position. We're going to unify ourselves with the divine flow. And I ask you to just breathe in and out gently until you find a comfortable rhythm, till you get relaxed. It'd be a good idea to plant your feet firmly on the ground if that works for you. And I'd like you to focus your attention on the top of your head and open to the divine flow. Let the sacred waters move down through your head into your central channel, moving down your legs, out the balls of your feet, into the earth. And in your mystic imagination, watch the water rise from the earth to the heavens again, and then cycle back and flow down into your central channel once again, seeping into the earth out your feet, then springing upwards to the heavens and back down again. You are a fountain of life, sustained by the fountain of blessing. The holy waters of blessing are also in your glass. Gently open your eyes and hover over the water and say the verse on the screen. Kol Adonai al hamayim el hakavod, hirim Adonai al mayim rabim. The voice of Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh is over the waters. The God of glory thunders, Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh, over the mighty waters. And glance at the letters to the left. The first 6 letters of the 42-letter name, issuing forth the energy of Chesed. And now, I invite you to sprinkle drops of Chesed on your leaf. The mystic writing of water, and place the leaf on your heart. And wait for the revelation to come to you. Or just to connect to Chesed, the river of loving kindness and all its wisdom. now, I invite you to focus your attention to the top of your head again and open the divine flow. Let the sacred waters move down your central channel, moving down your legs, out the balls of your feet into the earth. And then watch the waters rise from the earth to the heavens and flow down into your central channel once again, seeping into the earth and then springing up to the heavens and back down again. You are a fountain of life, sustained by the fountain of blessing. And now once again, I invite you to bring your attention to the glass which contains holy water of blessing, and hover over it and recite the next half of verse 4. Kol Adonai Bakoach. The voice of the Lord is power. And look at the letters to the left. That issue forth the energy of Gevurah. And all its wisdom. And then we write with Gevurah Dika water on our leaf. Saturate it with the wisdom of Gevurah and place that on our hearts. Wait for its revelation, which may be just to connect. Now focus your attention again, the top of your head once again, opening to the divine flow, to the next river of blessing. Let the sacred waters move down your central channel, down your legs, and out the balls of your feet, into the earth. And in your mystic imagination, watch the water rise from the earth to the heavens, and then flow back down into your central channel once again, seeping into the earth, springing up to the heavens, and back down again, cycling from on high, seeping into the earth, evaporating into the ethers, and cycling and recycling through you, connecting to you between earth and sky. Bring your attention to your glass of water again and hover over it as we recite the second half of verse 4. Kol Adonai Behadar. The voice of God is majesty. And then look to the letters to the left. And connect to the energy of Tiferet. And then write with the waters of Tiferet that are in your glass on your leaf. And bring the leaf of Tiferet with the wisdom of Tiferet to your heart. And wait for or ask for revelation, connection, whatever it is that you need to connect to beauty and balance. Through the holy waters. And now once again, focus your attention at the top of your head and allow the divine flow to enter through the top of your head, through your central channel, moving down your legs, the balls of your feet to the earth, the water springing up through the ground to the heavens, and then entering your central channel once again. Feel the fountain within you, the cycling and recycling of water, breathing in the holy waters and expelling the holy waters and receiving them again, over and over again. And take your glass and hover over it and recite the next verse. Kol Adonai shover arazim, vayishaber Adonai et arzeh halvanon. The voice of God breaks the cedars. God shatters the cedars of Lebanon. And look to the next 6 letters of the 42-letter name to the left and connect to the energy of Netzach, of endurance, of eternity, of perseverance, of constant issuing of sustenance from on high and from nature. And write with those holy lauders on the leaf. And bring its wisdom to your heart. And we do the same with Hod. Open your central channel and allow the holy waters to come through you into the earth, to cycle upwards to the heavens and come back down through you to the earth and cycle back upwards and come through you. constant motion of blessing. In and out, and in and out. And hover over your glass. And recite. Kol Adonai chotzev lahavot eish. The voice of the Lord kindles flames of fire. And glance at the letters to the left, the next set of 6 letters of the holy name, and connect to the energy of Hod. And paint your leaf with the wisdom of Hod. And bring that to your heart. Splendor. Devotion, service. And now, again, open yourself to the waters, to the Mayim Rabim. Allow them to enter through the top of your head, through your central channel, down your feet, into the ground, and cycle upwards. And then enter your central channel again in a constant motion, inwards and outwards, connecting you between the heavens and the earth in constant motion with the wisdom of the holy waters, sustaining you, nurturing you. And now, bring your attention to your glass. Hover over your glass. Speak over the water in your glass with verse 8. Kol Adonai Yachil Midbar, Yachil Adonai Midbar Kadesh. The voice of God convulses the wilderness. God convulses the wilderness of Kadesh, where the Miriam the prophet was buried, the keeper of the waters. And glance at the letters to the left, the next set of 6 letters of the 42-letter name. The energy of Yesod, of foundation. of the creative impulse before things manifest. The powerful waters that drive that energy. And paint your leaf with the wisdom of that energy, of that of Yesod. Of the sixth river issuing from Eden, and place its wisdom on your heart. Saturate your heart with the wisdom of Yesod. Fill your heart and connect to it. Stand firm in who you are. A fountain of blessing. That's who we all are. And then prepare for the last river. Open your central channel. Let the waters come through. The waters of Malchut cycling through you, seeping into the earth and rising to the heavens, and then coming back into you, sustaining you, turning you into a fountain of life force driven by the holy waters, connecting you between earth and sky in constant motion and constant blessing. All you have to do is open to it. And hover over your glass of water with your voice and bring that energy to the glass of water with Psalm 29:9. Kol Adonai yicholel ayalot b'yechesov ya'arot uvehechalo kulo omer kavod. The voice of God causes hinds to calf and strips forest bare, while in his temple all say glory. The energy of manifestation and the last 6 letters to the left of the 42-letter name, the energy of Malchut. And paint your leaf with the energy of the last river of the mighty waters that issue from Eden. The gift of manifestation, a fulfillment of all the integrated spherotic energy, and place that on your heart. And now let us drink from the Mayim Rabim, the great waters that sustain us from the nectar of God and the creative energy. L'chaim. Oops. Okay. I'm ready to sign off.
So, I'm trying to think. Yasher Koach, first of all, it was really amazing. There's some melody that comes to you, potentially even with some of the psukim that you did, because what I had planned is in a different vibe. So I wanna honor the vibe where we are right now, and possibly one of the verses that you chanted. I'm going to let you choose, Gabrielle, because you're in that flow mode.
You want me to choose one of the verses from the Psalms?
Possibly, or something that some water melody that comes to you that we can all sing together.
Well, I mean, Mikolot Mayim Rabim, I think is,
That's
yeah.
great. That's great.
So, okay.
Thank you.
Mikolot Mayim Rabim, Adirim Mishpereyam. Mikolot Mayim Rabim, Adirim Mishpereyam. Adir Bamarom Adonai, Adir Bamarom Adonai, Adir Bamarom Adonai, Adir Bamarom Adonai.
Salah. So, with that flow going through us, I invite us just to get up for a moment and to stretch. And if we want to just take even a few steps where we are, we'll just take just for 2 minutes, and then Ruti will connect. I will continue the transmission, the flowing. Pati legani achoti kala ariti mori imbesami Mati legani achoti kala ariti mori besami. Hondo di dofek pitrili. Hondo di dofek pitrili. Pitrili achoti ra'ayati. Pitri, pitrili. Bati legani achoti chala ariti mori imbesami. Bati legani achoti chala ariti mori Besame. And so, Chazaku Baruch, Yashar Koach, Gabrielle, and now hand the shofar over to Uti Tzofar, and do the stop share right here. You need help unmuting? Oops, I might have helped you when you did it. So try it again, try it again.
I feel so humble after Linda, your chant, and Gabriel, your music and meditation and chanting, and thank you. I want to say that Tikkun is, the idea of Tikkun is makes me hopeful, makes me optimistic that it's possible. We cannot take it for granted. Tikkun is possible. And especially today, it's good to think about it. 79 years ago, in Baghdad, the German young people came to the city, and there was the Farhud, a pogrom in the Jews of Baghdad. It's not a very famous chapter in history. The division between East and West is so strong that often we don't hear about the East in the sense of its connection to the Holocaust. It was instigated by German and pro-German propaganda and pro-Nazi propaganda. And they came exactly on the eve of Shavuot to the city. And thousands of people were wounded. And of course, this became the trauma that made it easier for almost all the Jewish community in 10 years later to leave Baghdad and come to Israel or move to east to Bombay, Singapore, or to London and other places in the West. So I just wanted to start with this and talk about the historical trauma, because we are aware of it today as historical trauma, and to bring the Book of Ruth into this context as a perfect narrative, as a perfect story. And it's a wonderful story. It has all the element of good story, and it's precise, the precision of the book, the certain kind of economy that is so satiating, but not over-satiating, right? It's not overdoing it. And one of the verses that is the most striking about this for me is on chapter 2, verse 12, when Boaz is taking some barley and to the gleaning woman, Ruth, the poverty-stricken woman, and he makes her bread, and he tells her, ישלם God פועלך, יובה, ותהי משכורתך שלמה מעם השם אלוהי ישראל. May the Lord reward you your deed. May you have a full recompense from the Lord, the God of Israel, under whom wing you have sought refuge. So he's giving her a perfect bread, and the Bible says, pat shlema. And the question is, what is pat shlema? To someone who is coming from trauma, someone who is coming from total poverty, someone who comes from death, and from the inability to have future, to have offspring, because Naomi makes it very, very clear to Ruth. She almost, it's almost parodic when she says, 3 times she tells her, I cannot bring children. Look, do you think I can give you a child? And even if you'll wait for me to be able to conceive, do you think I will be able you'll be able to wait to get a husband for me? There is a certain kind of, it doesn't even make sense what she's telling her, but she's telling her basically there is no possibility of having children. This is very, so for Ruth to be in this moment when she's receiving something, and this is connected to the idea of the tzedakah, it's what do you give? But the more question is, how do you receive? Can you receive fully? So she's being given the bread, the full bread, the perfect bread. Yerushalayim, Yeshalem. It's a very important verb, shalem, as Shlomo. It's a very Solomon. It's a kind of a root that is like create a certain kind of fullness and perfectness. Especially in the context of the inability to respond to all these scarcity and lack of losses in Ruth's life. So one thing is what does it mean to give a perfect gift? And what does it mean to receive? Can you, in this idea of hineni, I'm here, I'm fully receiving. And how to receive it. So the rabbis are very aware of the fact that something is happening there. They say there was a chesed in Ruth's stomach. She was able to receive this in the fullest sense, in the chesed, in the way of chesed. And the verb that, the 3 verbs, and I talked about it, I think, in the past, is that vatochal, vatisba, vatotar. And she ate, and she had her fill, so it was like, and she had leftover. So the hungry person is not continuously hungry. That's it. The trauma is over. And in that sense, the book is beautiful. The narrative is really kind of responding to any holes, any emptiness in Ruth, physical and emotional, any lack that is restored. So there's a lot, I mean, it's not surprising that Zionism adopted the book and adopted the narrative as the ultimate narrative of return. Ruth comes to to Moab, to Bethlehem, and from Moab to Bethlehem as the ultimate returnee, right? My name is Ruth because my family came from Baghdad, and the first daughter that was born in Israel. So this is kind of a gesture of return through the name. You are now here, and this is your gesture in the naming way in which it's symbolized. So Ruth is saved, as Linda said. Ruth is rescued from, and we can make all kinds of connections to returning. What does it mean to return? What does it mean to return as an act of restoration? what is needed to be done in the act of return that will make it full return as a tikkun. And we want to think about, I'm thinking about Trin Minha and Zen mindfulness, like how you come back to the trauma or to the place of lack with some new consciousness, with transformative possibilities that potentially able to transform further, right? So it's even if you're not aware of what the result will be. So these are all very powerful teaching about how return can be a place of how mindfulness and returning with mindfulness can really not repeat the trauma, not repeat the hunger, not repeat the loneliness or the death of the husband and the father-in-law and the death of the possibility of children. Like what is this transformative event that maybe part of it is the vowing to know me, that I will follow you, maybe following, but I think it's much more than that. It's huge. But I want to make connection, so this is really powerful in itself, but I want to make connection now between tzedakah and paying back, which that's what Boaz say, and I want to pay back. But between these and reparation, especially today, and especially with what's happening with the Black community, and how to think about racism, how to think about social history and social trauma, historical trauma, collective, and what does it mean to, what is in reparation, in the deep tzedakah that you mentioned, Elliot, kind of really a tzedakah that is full, that there is nothing, no piece is missing after the tzedakah. The exchange, the transaction is finished in this kind of historical depth or whatever depth that is there in the process of this. And what will be the full reparation. And I think the Book of Fruit is a wonderful model when it is successful. I don't know how it is done or what the ingredient, because we know that it happened. We don't know how, we don't know what we can think, we can develop ideas, but we know that this was special about it, and we know that Boaz responds to this in a very clear sense. And he repeats 3 times. He kind of gives her 3 times. He says, may the Lord, okay, I'll give you a perfect bread, full bread, right? And may the Lord reward your deed, as the Tehi Maskotech, no, Yeshalem, so Yeshalem to repay, but also Yeshalem is also Shalem, it's also perfect. So Leshalem, to pay, and is already have the idea of Shalem, and Tiyeh Maskortech, and your repayment will be Shlema. So again, Maskortech is your reward is also rewarding, and it will be full. So he's aware of the fact that this is about finalizing a historical depth or moving to a new stage. How is it done historically? We know that the German paid reparation for the Israelis, and the Ben Gurion made this transaction. We know that it could never, in the way that it was done, could never really resolve the trauma of the Holocaust. And it cannot really make anyone feel like this was balanced. So how to think about reparation? What can we do if we want to think about slavery? If we want to think about racism? If we want to think how one can pay back in a way that that it's done. So there is no more historical, there's no, that we can move forward, and there's no nothing that take us back to the trauma or back to the monologue of crying or whatever is needed. How is it done? And where do we have historical examples that can give us like new models of reparation? So in that sense, reparation is such a concept. It's not just about, oh, I took this, you'll get this, and we are even. It's so much more complex. And we see how it is so complex in the history and actually in many ways unresolved. And it's irreparable, how you say it, that you cannot really give back. There's something that will never be enough. And yet it needs to be done. Something needs to be done. And I'm leaving it as an open question, but I want to show that in what the incredible virtue and merit of the Book of Ruth is that it's happening there. That's when root poverty, root foreignness, root pariah, in a way, is not in the way, right, of Boaz to total, full act of inclusion that will transform her into the foremother of the Messiah and David, etc. And kind of the whole. So in that sense, it's a wonderful story. And how can we translate it into today's politics is really a challenge that we need to continue. I'll stop here.
Yasher koach, chazak u'baruch. That's just really so powerful and resonant for where we live right now. And so I just thought, that we have. I mean, I could start now, but I thought it would be good actually to just do a little bit of harvesting. If we wish to do that, we can do that. We might be intimate enough so that we can do it in one group, or we could do it in two. If we want to do breakout groups, not for long. I would say maximum 10 minutes. But I want to get a sense from people. Do you want to stay together as a group? How many people? Thumbs up if you want to stay together as a whole group. Okay. Okay. How many people would rather do breakout? No one. Okay. Or maybe I couldn't tell whether Deb was just reaching her face. So let's stay here then. And with Sue Ann, I can't tell, but
I'm here.
Oh, you're here. Good. Thank you. I just didn't know how you were voting. And yeah, it's fine. It's overwhelming anyhow. So we're going to stay with this. And, I have all kinds of things that came through me that I'm happy to share later and another day in the meditation. I wrote down what it came for each verse, for each kol, for each sphira. But that's fine. That would, or we can really open up the conversation about that other really, really important meaning of Tikkun, which is a kind of healing, and and the question of what do reparations repair? What does it do? What does it do? And what does it mean to bear in, and Ruti, I'm just thinking in your name, to be an emblem of a certain kind of chazara, whether that was a tikkun or not, or more complex is an interesting question. And and I don't know whether you want to reflect on that, and then we'll open it up for a little bit. I'm asking something very personal, obviously.
Well, I left Israel, so obviously I am unreturning, right? Or I'm potentially here.
Right.
But I can see the way that one can talk about the use and abuse or the nationalization of the narrative for the purpose of creating, collective consciousness in Israel, and how to use biblical narrative in that sense. So it works. It works, and people like it. So the Shavuot in Israel is a very national holiday, much more than the receiving of the Torah.
Right. Right.
So it's in a way it's there, the collecting the fruit, and this connection.
And the offering up of the bikurim, yeah, right, exactly. That first harvest, which is in its own way very powerful. Yeah, good. So we'll open it up here, and I don't necessarily have a pointed question for everyone, but just seeing what
I can ask a question that I'm dealing with is like, what other models do you have of finishing a trauma, overcoming, emerging out of trauma, or of historical wound, or which is it's personal, but it's also collective or family. What are the ways that as a culture we do it?
Yeah. Linda Leah, and then Linda Joe.
Well, there's so much going on here in this moment. Let me start backward. I'll start with the last thing you said. Well, Rabbi Tirza Firestone is now making her career into trauma healing through storytelling, have people telling their individual family stories, multi-generational healing through individuals telling the stories of their families. And it's one of the things I've been thinking about talking to Temple Beth Emeth about, except the pandemic happened. So that there's that. She is striving. She's going around the country. She's written the book. I have the book. I haven't read the book, but I took a day's workshop with her, and I know she's been teaching it online. For me, your teaching completed the teaching you started, I'm going to say about 7 years ago, and which was so potent for me because I'd never really looked at biblical texts that way. And you should know that I wrote my graduating chant on that.
Right, I remember.
So this expands that for me into a broader level of trauma. So I'm very grateful for that, and I'll have to reread these notes and maybe even ask you some questions because I'm really tired. It's in your book?
Yeah, I'll send you the reference.
Great. And then you said something about harvesting in general, right, Elliot? Can I go back? Because I was just reminded so powerfully
harvesting for the first fruits and offering them up. So that's just the
harvesting for what we had experienced tonight.
Yeah.
That working with water, working with the elements is always very powerful for me. And I don't know if it's because I invoke the elements every day in my own ritual, but even though I don't know where I was, Gabrielle. I was zoned out. I was flying away somewhere and flowing and grounded. It was all that going on. But I mean, literally, the water was sending me waves of energy every time I blessed it. And by the time you finished, it was pulsing. And it just reminded me that I have really almost a responsibility to myself to explore using elements even more than I do as a channel for my own spiritual experience. So thank you so much for that. I mean, I never had any idea that a psalm had been interpreted that way, Kabbalistically. So, and the ritual was fabulous for me. So and can I go back any further? I think that's about all I can remember. You're muted.
Thanks. No, I want to give other people a chance. I mean, so Linda, Joe, thank you.
The piece, I mean, I was responding to Ruti's question. I immediately went to the Native Americans, and I was remembering in Canada, and then also remembering when we were in Australia with the Indigenous, that both those countries basically, there was like a formal apology. There was an acknowledgement about what happened. And that's not happened in the States for Blacks, Americans, for the Native Americans. And now, I mean, what's happening with the farm workers and is just, and the, the meat processing plants, which is primarily immigrant labor. It's just, it's only a first step, but it's the acknowledgement. And when you're in Canada, it's now standard practice that you speak the name of the land as it's called by the Indigenous population that lived there. And it's more than symbolic. There's depth to it. And I think it's a beginning.
Yeah, thank you. This is, you're right. And just to go back to the Book of Food, Boaz, tell her, I heard about your story. It's like acknowledgement of the story, as Linda said, that your story is acknowledged, I identify, there is a clear sense of, yes, I heard you. And yeah, that's what does it mean to apologize? To say, I understand your pain, even with the Palestinians, right?
Yeah.
We it's not like the Holocaust. Okay, it's not, but we still acknowledge that there was here something.
People live there, yes.
And it has a huge impact in healing.
Yep. Yep.
I'm thinking about Tikkun. If it's a turning around, we don't have to reach outside of ourselves to heal. It's when you're turning around, it's still you. You're still the center. So it's within us. And what's also within us is the way that humans can be so cruel to each other. We can be cruel to each other. And as a group, we are cruel to each other. And all of the Holocausts all over the world, and you could just list them. And then what's just happened with George Floyd, it just brings up a lot of anger in me. And when we talk about the past, such as slavery, the Holocaust, I think that the past is more easily forgiven when the work has been done by the person who's done the injury, and that energy is no longer in them. But what we're seeing, I mean, here we are in the midst of this stay at home, and this policeman is on the neck of this one man, and then there's what happened with the other man being killed for doing nothing. It just, yeah. And it's like that energy is still present. So how do we give reparations for slavery when the energy of that enslavement is still present today?
Yeah.
And
So, yeah,
we can forgive when yeah, if because reparations is also about do you have you healed it enough so that you can be forgiven?
so when there is no reparation, and the grotesque aspect of it is that the trauma become a monster. It's like becomes in a way it's so destructive that it has the power to, now will be in power and will do to the other what, the victim will become the aggressor in a way that will perpetuate a certain kind of cycle. So the interest of having reparation or of resolving it is for everyone. It's not just for those who were hurt. It's for everyone. It's for the benefit of everyone that we'll be able to move forward. And that's how dangerous it is. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate what you said. This is what came back to me.
Thank you. I just will note that in the case of Germany, that the reparations were part of an early stage of healing and did not take place, primarily after a process had taken place. And I'd also say that reparations are much easier when the victims are not next to you. Okay, and they were out of Europe. You understand, and so that's it becomes so much more freighted, I think, when yeah. So anyhow, that's there's a lot to think about. And so let's move to the fragrance text. And in our breathing in and out, we're expanding and contracting and moving through worlds, which is exactly what we really want to do. And I have no idea whether anyone wants to do any of the poetry afterwards. I'll do a check-in. I think most people will probably want to go to sleep, but let me just set this up a little bit for what I'm going to be thinking about here. If I can even look at my notes here. And I decided to do this because a lot of people have heard pieces of this, because we have studied Song of Songs, for 2 years. We have, for those people who participate in this, we're studying Zohar right now, which is a scent-drenched mystical work. I mean, not as much as Shir HaShirim, but it's much larger than Shir HaShirim as well. And we were talking in the Zohar, and our study of the Zohar, the way, and there's something that Malila Helner Escher, the great scholar and student of the Zohar, calls rose consciousness. And it's the consciousness of that she associates with Shekhinah and Malchut in particular. And one of the features of that is a kind of heightened sensory awareness, the way in which the senses serve as a gateway to deeper awareness, to more layered awareness. And people who know me and know just that I'm very, very drawn to that chemical sense of smell. And the way in which the sense of smell is on the one hand highly evocative and very often connected to deep memory in just neurologically and otherwise, and at the same time defies our ability to name, except we say it smells like a rose, but that is not. We have to refer very often to the source of that aroma. It's unlike our sense of visual discrimination, for example. And I remember one cognitive scientist said that if our visual sense had the same level of linguistic discrimination, let's put it that way, as our olfactory sense, that if a bird flew by, the world would suddenly turn birdish. Right? It would take over, and you get it. And which is another. So there's a few things that I just want us to think about here about the sense of smell. And then I'll set this up. That it has on the one hand it can demarcate. On the other hand, it can act as a very strong centripetal force. That it has the ability to collapse orders of time, to drown the years in the odor that it recalls, right? I guess Gaston Bachelard spoke of a smell of a wood fire in a bedroom, right? Unleashing the past, like the sudden appearance of an ice flow on a river from a winter-long past. Right? It's just an incredible way of speaking of, and we can think of other aromas that are so much like that. And on the other hand, we know sometimes when we enter into a place that has a different kind of aroma that we notice. It marks a transition. It marks an entry into another room. So it can demarcate sometimes, but on the one hand, on the other hand, it can blur. It really, depending on the context. Another thing that is really, really interesting about smell is that because it often, not always, of course, it is something that takes priority in proximity, not always, but generally in proximity, and in part because the olfactory molecules have to enter our nasal mucosa, right? It has to really become part of us in a way. It becomes part of us, but we don't consume it in the same way that we consume and transform food. So it's outside of us and it's in us, and it is a wonderful it gives rise to a kind of shared intimacy very often, but also the fear of that intimacy can rise up if you're taken over by a certain smell that you don't want to be taken over by. So all those things I think are just so important here when we think about what it means to re-enter Sinai, and the way in which in the Jewish, I'll say the rabbinic and Kabbalistic imagination, but I can think of a lot of examples that are contemporary too, that that Sinai, which is not so fragrant in the biblical account, right? It's mostly about sound and light, right? And maybe touching and not touching, becomes this.
Have you been there?
I'm sorry?
Have you been there?
To Sinai? I've been in Sinai, yes.
The mountain that according
The mountain that they call, and I saw the burning bush itself, which was a strawberry bush. Yes.
Yeah, I have.
What?
I've been there.
But it's not what historians think is Sinai. But yes, it's Jebel Musa, right? Right,
It doesn't smell. The rocks
right,
don't bring smell to mind. It's not a place of flavor. Yeah.
right, right. And this is in the religious imagination here. And what's so interesting is one of the ways in which our tradition has reawakened the sense of standing at Sinai is through aromas that are evoked imaginatively, and through the use of actual aromas to set the stage, so to speak. And so that's kind of what I want to look at with you. And so I invite you to if you happen to have rose water or rose around or something that smells like a rose, we're going to follow but it can be another flower too. We're not trying to be imperialistic about this. In the Zohar, we were reading from Rav Natifta that where one of the ways that you get transported to another dimension is to smell the rose, and the gate, the mouth of the cave opens, and you enter into this other realm. So I invite you to do that. And allow yourself to be transported. At the end, I have an apple for sealing the memory, but we can find something else as well. And so just put up the text here, and we can just see. I'm working my way towards two sets of specific text. So I'll try to try not to go into too much detail about the setting this up. Let me.
Those beautiful roses, Linda Leah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I'm going to do this right here, the fragrance of scent. Okay. So this will come up now, maybe. Waiting for it to appear properly. My cat is eating the leaves right now and smelling them. So she is participating in this as well. Right.
And pumpkins here too.
Great. That's awesome. That's really amazing. So one of the things that I just love is the way in which Matan Torah, and the giving of Torah, and standing at Sinai, the meeting face to face with the divine, is transformed in the rabbinic, and even more so in the Kabbalistic imagination, from something that is dominated by the divine tremendum, that is to being shaken to the roots, where yirah, where awe and some fear, and that kind of amazement that comes out of fear, predominates, right? Where there's a fear of frying, right? Where the people turn to Moses and say, "Daber atay imanu, you be the interlocutor, lest the word of the divine word break out and we die, lest we fry." Right? And it's shifted from that in the rabbinic tradition to some degree, and much more in the Kabbalistic tradition, into this love song, into this meeting, which is a wedding, if you will, between the people and the divine, or the people and Torah sometimes, or is the occasion in Kabbalah for the intradivine marriage in which we participate. And so you have this layered notion of this intimacy, and this exchange of breath, and this exchange of love that flows between the beloveds, right? And a lot of that happens because there is a rabbinic tradition that the Song of Songs they say, yes, on the one hand, they'll say it was written much later, and some will say, yes, it was written by Shlomo, or some other understanding of it, so much later. But there is this other notion that it was given either at the revelation at the sea, at Kriyat Yam Suf, or at Sinai itself. And even to the notion that Song of Songs is the ketubah, is the kind of wedding document between the Holy One and the people, or we'll just stick with that right now. And you can see it in the notion that maybe Song of Songs was an alternate Torah that was given, as it says in Agadat Shir HaShirim. Had the Torah not been given at Sinai, the world could have been conducted according to Shir HaShirim, which, to my mind, a very different world, right? We we know that because it's well, I won't go into why. And so that there is the notion here of reading Song of Songs into Sinai. In other words, putting on the cloak of Shir HaShirim, that layer, that lamination, that other layer onto the text from Exodus and Deuteronomy, and it perfumes the text, it magnetizes the text, it gives it a different kind of field of meaning entirely. And so I'll just note that, to me, that in some ways, that very process of reading and rereading and layering the tradition and letting other parts drop off, that's the process of taking the wheat and turning it into a baklava, if you will, or taking flax and turning it into a garment, right? If you see where I'm going with that, and so Shechina is understood in the Kabbalistic tradition as being associated with Dibur, with the word, and with Torah Sheba'al Peh, the Torah that is on the mouth, that comes through the mouth, the oral teaching. And so in some ways, when we weave our own Torah here and use it as a garment for the Shechina, what we are doing is returning the gift that which is cloaked and sustained us and protected us. We are giving it back. If I were to use an image from Nachman Bratzov from one of his fragmentary stories, we are weaving a garment for the moon that has lit up our way in the dark, and we are weaving a gossamer garment for the moon, just as we are weaving a garment or a series of garments for the Shechina today. We're giving back some of that the water that's flowing through us. We are lifting it back up. So in Song of Songs, I'll just do a couple of lines here. I'm not even going to go through this text here so much, but well, maybe I'll just show you a little bit here. In the Midrash, God says to the people Israel, quoting from Song of Songs, Mi zot ola min hamidbar mekuteret mor ulevona, from Song of Songs. Who is that rising up from and through the desert, perfumed with myrrh and frankincense? Okay, that as though the people are redolent in that way. And the people and Am Yisrael turns to their beloved, to the divine, and says, Siflotav keshoshanim, his lips are wet like lilies, right? So that, which is an incredibly intimate kind of saying. We're going to see how that ties in with the notion of a kiss that's there. And you begin to see in the rabbinic text that there is a kind of exchange of breath and scent at Sinai, with the divine speaking forth the perfumed word at Sinai that fills us, and the people singing back, and you can just see on this page here some of the reservoir of sense images here, or sense symbols that gets taken into the imagination. Oh, you're sweet loving, my sister, my bride, the wine of your kisses, the spices of your fragrant oil. Your lips are honey, honey and milk are under your tongue. Your clothes hold the scent of Lebanon. Vereach shalmotayich kereach Lebanon. Right? And here, speaking of the woman here. Your branches are an orchard of pomegranates, heavy with fruit, flowering henna and spikenard and saffron, cane and cinnamon, with every tree of frankincense, myrrh and aloes, all the rare spices. Metaphors, yes, but also there are two lovers here who delight in their embodiedness here, and something of that. You are a fountain in the garden, a well of living waters that stream from Lebanon. We did that verse in the Zohar there. And this enters into the religious imagination. What's interesting and not surprising is that very often some of the interpreters deodorized the text, right? They turned it, they focused on the colors or some other aspect, or just explained it away in some other way. But in the Zohar in particular, and in some of the Midrash, there is a tendency to preserve some of the sensual quality, even as it gives it a different kind of meaning, where it's not necessarily between two human lovers, but between aspects of the divine, or between us and the divine. Okay, enough of that. So I want to show you just one example from the rabbinic layer before we bring on the Kabbalists. And so this is from the Talmud Bavli, Shabbat 88b. And I'll just read a little bit. Let me just find, I have my text somewhere. I don't even know. Oh, goodness, how can that be? Okay, I have it now. Yes. V'amar Rabbi Yoshua ben Levi, mai dichtiv, lechayav ka'ugat habosem. So Yoshua ben Levi says, what does it mean that it says in Song of Songs? His cheeks are a bed of spices, a treasure of precious scents. His lips wet with myrrh, or his lips are lilies dripping with flowing myrrh. What does that mean? And so I just want to note, like, how amazing that verse is. And probably when it goes lechayav ka'ugata bosem, then it goes, it either can be migdaliot melchakim, a tower of precious scents, or there's different ways of reading it, but it's like a bed. No, it's even better than a bed. It's a tower, right? It's kind of like a shidrug. It's kind of taking it up a notch and increasing the intensity here. And his lips, the female lover, the woman, says his lips are lilies dripping with flowing myrrh. Very interesting, because that's one of the examples where in terms of gendering, the imagery is shared by the male and the female here. So it's kind of interesting. So what does that mean here? They interpret it. Kol dibor v'dibor shiatza mipi kadosh baruch hu nitmale kol ha'olam kulo b'samim. With each word that emerged from the mouth of the Holy One, the whole world was filled with fragrant spices or perfume, right? And so it's like it's again the world becoming birdish. It takes over everything here in a way that is so striking. Dibor sheni lehechan halach. What happened to the second word? Right. This is like one of these amazing things. If you're so filled with one word, you're so saturated with that, you can't absorb anything more. Right. So what did the Holy One do? He took a wind out of his treasury and made the spices pass one at a time. Mavir rishon rishon, right? It's like it's something that filled the world and then it left. And then another fragrance came up. As it says in the remainder of the verse from Song of Songs, Siftotav shoshanim notfot moreover. His lips are like lilies, or wet like lilies that are dripping or wet with flowing myrrh, or you can read it with myrrh with a scent that is ephemeral. It comes and it goes, right? And so altikli shoshanim. Don't read it as lilies or roses, which is how the medievals read it, but rather sheshonim. That each the breath that came out of the divine with the divine word in its scent changed. It kept changing or repeating. Each repeat utterance produced its own unique fragrance. So you're taking in the word as a breathing in, right? That takes you over, that fills you. So I invite us to deeply smell one of the aromas that's with you. And notice how maybe you closed your eyes and how maybe it, for a second, it extinguished language and brought some other way of taking it in. And syntax happens only because that aroma kind of was carried away by the wind, and another word came, and another word came, and another word came, and you had a bed of spices, right? That's what's the ogata bosan, that weave of spices there. Just wanted to show you that. Any kind of thoughts before we just set that up? Yeah, Gabrielle.
I was thinking about I guess because I'm kind of sleepy and my scent is not right here, like that I had prepared. I was thinking about the scent of memory.
Right.
And and so I was having an experience of smell, even though it wasn't near me. Like because I do think that, like, even like today I went on a walk along the river on a trail that I'd never known about before, and the smell of it was very healing for me, because I haven't really been in nature, and it was raining, so there wasn't anybody around, and so I felt very free to just walk for a long stretch and not bump into anyone. And I mean, there was a runner who ran by, but there was only one person, and I was walking for like about an hour, and the smell is still in me if I think about it. And like I can still connect to it, and that's very, I mean, from a mystical point of view, I think that's very exciting, but I also think that from a cooped up point of view, it's also very exciting.
One of the things that always blows me away.
Fainting smell, right?
Yeah, smelling salts. That too, swooning. But there is, I know, in winter, it for a variety of reasons, it's much harder to smell. First of all, the world is much less fragrant, because of, but you can smell gas and other sorts of things for sure. But it's a very different. The world starts to wake up in a different way when it's a more benign place when you can breathe this in. And it used to be. I remember reading some some olfactory scientists back in the day who said, "Oh, you can't conjure up a smell. You just conjure up the memory of the smell." It's not true, because I mean, I know I can do that, but actually they find that when you think of a smell, it does light up similar places in the brain, and probably not with the same intensity, but you can do that. The word I've said this before, zecher in Hebrew, which means memory, originally means aroma. Zichro kareach hanichoach. In Yehuda Levi says, its memory, but also its scent is like the fine fragrance of the sacrifice. And so there's something like, I guess what I'm saying is, this is a challenge, because normally if we were in a space where we could have partake of a shared aroma, assuming no one had allergies, that we would be in the same olfactory field, right? And that's what ketoret is. Ketoret in Hebrew, you can see here, it means to light, or to burn, to incense. But in Aramaic, when they play with the ketoret, katar in Aramaic also means kesher. It means a bond. And so the understanding is that aroma, the different aromas, bring together the sefirot, bring together the energies, bring us into the same field as the divine, which, I'm not saying it's identical, but it reminds me of a Lakota smudging ceremony. And there's different kinds of smudging ceremonies, of course, but where you bring into the same olfactory field, or the same field of meaning, everything that is smudged, that is the two-leggeds and the four-leggeds and the wingeds, and everything is brought into that canopy of that aromatic canopy, to say we are bonded together, right? And there's something very similar that goes on with the Zohar's understanding of incense here. And so there's all sorts of examples of the way in which, when there's in the Zohar, for example, the words of Torah have a fragrance here. So how sweet, how full of love are the words. Chame kama besimin inun milin, mile de rachimuta inun. Etzem atzamai uvasar mi basari. That's pretty heavy. Come see how fragrant, how sweet are these words of Torah. They are bone of my bones, flesh of my flesh. Right? That's, of course, in the context, it's Adam and Eve, right? And here, so there's something there that words are sweet and full of love, or that they manifest the presence of love. And we can imagine words that we've received that are so powerful. They're like a fragrance. We breathe in the presence and the words of the beloved here. I'll just go on here. And there's a wonderful passage in the Zohar that talks of the divine world as a complex of Edenic scents. There are 1,500 scents, which one draws on daily in fashioning one's garment of days. We're back to garments here. That our soul, that with our lives, every day we are weaving a garment of color and fragrances, right? That we're sometimes taking out a row in our weaving, and some we're weaving in a new color. And so too we are gathering fragrances, that our astral body, our tselem, as it's called, is an aromatic garment. And there's a lot of teachings on that in the Zohar. And there's even an understanding here that each of our deeds has an aroma, right? And that as we sleep, or as our soul ascends, or as we study Torah, we lift up that fragrance into the Edenic world, and we get to drink in from the river of Nahara, the farsimon, right? Okay. Yankin, we drink in, like yonik. Me'ahu nehiru de nafik me'inun nahare afar simon dachya. From this afar simon, which in the Zohar is the most intoxicating of all aromas, of a pure afar simon, right? There's all kinds of traditions of the afar simon tree being in Ein Gedi. And umitan inuga da ila'a, and taking delight in that fragrance, right? And inhaling the aromas of Eden as a way of participating in the exchange of learning and delight, and you're bathing in the river. You're bathing in the river. You're soaking in the words, and what's happening. Meanwhile, the Holy One here, it's very mythic, comes around and smells the aroma of the souls of the righteous, both male and female, there, and absorbing their chidushei Torah. They're taking in the novel insights as an aroma, right? Just breathing that in. And I'll just give you one example here from that has to do with Shavuot here. I'll read it in the Hebrew, and then someone can read it in English. I'll try to make it a little bigger here. Tachaze, come and see. Chavraya metakne, v'hai lelia tachshita dechala. Okay, actually, we should probably we'll just do it in English here, and then anyone want to read that? I realize that probably makes sense to.
Is it the part below?
Yeah, it's right. Can you see it where it goes?
Yeah, from Zohar on adorning Tiferet, the groom,
Yeah,
and Shekhinah, the bride.
right. Yeah, Shekhinah purifies herself, and that's my just explanation. This is a bad translation, but you can go with it. An analogy. Yeah,
an analogy.
Mm-hmm.
His mother, Bina, went into the treasure house and brought him a crown with 70 jewels and crowned him. She brought him silk garments, dressed him in a royal vestment. Afterwards, she, Bina, the supernal divine energy, went to the bridal chamber and saw Shekhinah's attendants adorning her.
That would be
breathing.
Us. Mm-hmm.
What was that?
That's us. We're the Shekhinah's attendants here.
Yes,
yeah.
Wreathing her in crowns and fine jewelry. Bina said to them, I have prepared the bathhouse where the water, the shefa of divine energy, flows freely. It is redolent with fragrances and spiced perfumes, that my bride may be wholly purified. Tomorrow my son will come to unite with her, and together they will find rest.
Right. So that's like, another way. I mean, if we wanted in some ways to also immerse in aromas or immerse in waters, if we want to be participating in the mystery, because that's really what's happening here in the Zohar, is that everyone who reads it becomes a participant in the mystery here.
Is that last word really rest?
Yeah, okay, let me see. I think I cut it off before that word comes in there. Yes, it really is. They will find rest. Yes, it is that. Okay. I forgot. I didn't put the rest in there. I'm sorry. My bad.
Okay.
Because I had it first in with nikud, with vowels, and then it just was messing everything up, and I had to do so many corrective moves that I did. I did
I'm
it.
just wondering if because it's capitalized too, so you're implying
that okay. Well, yes, because menucha, that's in English only, and menucha there is a Kabbalistic kind of name for the union of Tiferet and Shekhinah. Yeah.
can I share some thoughts?
Yeah, by all means. I can't even see you, so go for it.
Oh,
Hi, Debbie. Yeah.
yeah, I don't know
Oh wait, who's
how that
jumping in?
works. I'm still on, but
Oh, you're on.
okay.
You're on. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Just, adding to your wonderful exploration of the senses is also dear to me. I, as an occupational therapist,
Right.
specialized in sensory integration.
Right.
And the irony is that humans have the smallest olfactory bulb in the animal kingdom. And we have the largest, visual is very powerful for us.
Right. But our sense of smell is
But
really,
but it's just an irony because nonetheless, if you walk into, I love this term you use about the olfactory field, and when you
Right.
walk into a room and it has a bad smell, it doesn't matter how visually beautiful that room is, it becomes ruined. If there's like a cigarette smell or some bad odor,
right.
and a beautiful fragrance really just enlightens the spirit. And in the Sufi and Jewish tradition, I guess in the Aramaic, the whole tradition of the Middle East, that we come back to that whole idea of sensuality and sexuality as a gateway to merge with the divine.
Yeah, this is from Spain right now, but yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there is what was that sentence about his lips are like
yes,
Shoshanim, which is
right.
the
Right, yeah, right.
like flower, because the Shoshana literally just means all the generic term for flowers, roses, lilies, and then the reference to myrrh occurs to me. Myrrh is this very thick essence, and in general, just I had wanted to say that a fragrance is an essence of a thing. It's the essence, so that every reference to a fragrance is a reference to the essence of what you're referring to. And myrrh is very special because for healers, myrrh creates flesh. It's used in Chinese medicine and medicine in general to actually have flesh grow back. So it's flesh giving. And in that sense, there might be an implied reference to creating flesh, creating life. Just a thought.
No, those are very beautiful, a series of references. And yeah, I was going to say.
So there's this, it's, the whole sexuality of it is not to be overlooked. Like you said, they tend to minimize, right? They tend to minimize it and purify it and kind of what I call Disneyfy, how Disney purifies and takes all the lusciousness out of fairy tales.
Right. So let's just go on. I'm sorry, just because I know where I want to get to. So, but
okay.
Thank you. That's awesome. What you were bringing in here, and it's here. I want you to see. It goes Tsena ure'ena benot Zion b'melech Shlomo. Go out and see, daughters of Zion, which I read here, daughters of Shechina, Zion, daughters that are marked by this present Zion. See the Holy One that is Tiferet in the crown or the shawl, if you will, that his mother, that is here reading as Bina, has crowned him with. In other words, the energy, the flow of the Shefa on the day of the wedding. And then she crowns. She wreathes her, that is the Shechina, in crowns and jewelry, and some of that is the flow of aromas here. Every sphira has a different spice or compound associated with it, and I unfortunately didn't include this here. Bina said to them, I prepared the bath, that the mikveh, the waters of healing and hope, right? Where it it flows. The energy flows to her, and as she gets ready to unite. So that's part of what's happening now in the Kabbalistic understanding is the preparing of the bathhouse. I want to show the Benot Zion, the daughters of Zion, going out. It's so funny and wonderful that that's referring, in their minds, the male Kabbalists are the daughters of Zion here. So there's some wonderful gender fluidity here that's happening. Okay. And and I've already mentioned here this that there is a way that smell can be a fancy word, entheogenic. That is that it can bring about some sense of transformed consciousness, and here I would even say consciousness of the divine, and it's used in many different traditions, sometimes via ingesting, but sometimes via aroma as well. The way that you might use a certain kind of scent when you walk into a room that will kind of announce in a way that is not languaged, that you are entering into another realm, into another zone, right? You can do it. You can do it by rumble strips beneath your feet, and you can feel it that you're walking into a different place. You can do it with aroma. You can do it with sound, right? But here, this is a section that we were reading in the Zohar, the Rav Matifta section, where the Chavraya, that they are beamed into this celestial academy, which also seems to be underground in some way, through a cave, and they enter into all these realms, and there is this eagle that shapeshifts into a human being and a rabbi who kind of leads the way, and they're given a rose, and the rose, they emerge, they come out of one cave, the mouth closed, and they couldn't be seen at all, but they still have the rose. They saw the eagle descending from the tree, okay, the spiritual guide, entering another cave. They smelled the rose that they had and entered there, because that's like the open sesame. They found the eagle at the mouth of the cave. He said to them, "Enter, O truly virtuous ones, Chavraya, for since the day I arrived here, I have not seen the joy of companionship except through you," right? And they go into a pardes, into this orchard of mystical experience. And here you can see the eagle turns into a man in a splendid garment, radiant like them. Even though they're in this ethereal world, that they're still somehow embodied. And the proof of their of their worthiness in some ways is that they have two roses. They had one rose before, and they got another rose, and they enter in. Okay, and yeah, that's here for people like Hebrew. Puku mehacha zakain atun. You are worthy. Nafku. They went out. Yehavlo nahu memanav warda. The spiritual guide gave them another rose, warda achra, hada v'nafku, and they went out, and they go in. Okay, so just go on through this right here, and so this is the background here, and so now we're getting to the two texts that I want to kind of look at, and one is kind of much more down to earth, and the other is totally wild. And we're going to start with the down to earth one. We're going to look first here at, I thought I had, okay, the fragrances of Sinai continue. Okay, this should say something else here. Okay, I just somehow got in the wrong order. Oh, because I forgot to delete it right here. This is from the Minhag literature. And so this is, as different Kabbalistic and other customs start spreading from the Zohar to Tzfat, where it becomes much more ritualized and spread. I think it was still ritualized by a small number earlier, but in Tzfat, these teachings started to spread here. And so just show you some of this, and I'll show you the Hebrew in a second, but we'll do it from English here. So this is I took a mid-20th century, he was a scholar and a Kabbalist by the name of Shem Tov Gagin. He was from Morocco, and but he moved to England, and he put together this incredible compendium of different minhagim from throughout the Jewish world, called Keter Shem Tov. And so he quotes from an East European authority, was it Eliezer Yaffe? Yeah. Or is it Mordechai Yaffe? I can't remember. His last name is Yaffe. Is it the Lavush, the garment? Isn't that a great name for someone? The Lavush wrote that it was customary to scatter herbs and fragrant grasses in the synagogue, and at home to hang herbs from beneath the rafters in commemoration of the giving of the Torah. For Sinai was redolent with fragrant grasses, both it and the area around it, as it says. Here, I'll just get this right here. Get the, I just want to find the Hebrew. I remember it's v'mireh ein lahem, something like that. Well, neither shall the flocks and the herds graze at the foot of the mountain. Okay, and meaning that there would be no need to, this is good rabbinic thinking, right? There's no reason, they wouldn't say it unless there was a pasture there, right? Why would they say that flock shouldn't be there? Of course they wouldn't be there unless there was a pasture there. But there's another tradition. Some of you may know Dunas ben Labrat and Dora Yikra. It goes, Elohim ten b'midbar har, hadashita b'rosh tidhar. That God gave the Torah in the desert in a mountain that had, it had myrtle there, it had acacia, and broom tree, whatever that is. It has those three kinds of trees which have fragrances there, right? So there's a whole notion that Sinai that was fragrant. The Maharil writes that it's customary to scatter herbs and roses on the floor of the synagogue. I love this. L'simchat haregel, for the enjoyment of the festival, but read it hyper literally, to make the feet happy. Right? So you're walking on it and you're releasing the scent. Okay, and I've tried this. I put this in a little like cheesecloth or something like that, so you can walk on it and not create a holy mess, though holy messes are good. The Shla, Isaiah Horowitz, who wrote his work and completed it in about 1623 or 1625 in Jerusalem, he writes that at the synagogue, each person is given fragrant grasses. This is similar to the custom of the Kabbalists at Beit El, this is now Shem Tov Gagin speaking, who pray according to the Lurianic rite. Okay, and these are mostly Sephardi Mekubalim that follow the tradition of a Yemenite Kabbalist, Shalom Sharabi, but it's pan-Sephardic. Every Shabbat Eve, following the service, the Shamash gives each person a bouquet of flowers and blesses that one, sending him on his way. And some of you may know, if you've ever gone to a Sephardi Mizrahi Beit Knesset, that on Friday night, you're usually given two kinds of herbs on the way out. But there were some Ashkenazim who had this custom too. For example, Heschel used to always make a bracha al isvei v'samim and atzei v'samim on Friday night as well. So there's a sense on Shabbat of the redolence of the Shekhinah. And so on same thing is happening on Shavuot. And here. And I found in the book Atik Yomin a reason for the custom of fragrant herbs on the floor in commemoration of the giving of the Torah, right? For it is written, Siftotav, Siftotav k'shoshanim, his lips are like lilies or roses. They taught with every word that emerged from the mouth of the Holy One at the Sinai, the word was filled with perfume. And they do a wordplay here. V'hadat nitna b'Shushan habira. The law was given or proclaimed in Shushan. They read it, and the Torah was given b'Shoshan, with a rose or with a lily. Okay, I'll stop here for a second and see if there's, this is why I wanted this year, before all this happened. I was hoping we could be in 4 different rooms together that had 4 different kind of aromas in it, and that we would go from world to world, or we would go from pardes to pardes, and kind of bathe in the aromas. So I'll just stop here for a second. Any comments or questions here? Did any of you experience this outside of Pardes Chana? Wendy did, yeah. Wendy, I can't hear you though. You have to unmute. You have to unmute. I know you do.
Okay. Well, it just brought to mind when our synagogue first started, I put together a whole thing for the kids for Shavuot. And that started a tradition where I cut our forsythia, very, very long green branches of forsythia, and hung them from every sconce around the entire synagogue. And I have some kind of flower that I don't remember that just arches over, and I would cut those and put them on the bima and hang roses off the Torah when it was processioned around on Saturday morning.
Exactly, because there was a custom of festooning the Torah scrolls with
right. Well, I had researched all of that as best I could online.
Right.
And it was quite an experience, I must say. And there was a bat mitzvah one Saturday morning, and they were just, of course, stunned to walk in there and have the whole place hanging with forsythia greens and along the sides. It's an old church. It's an old historic church in Pleasantville. So that just brought that back to me, that that was such a beautiful tradition. It was exhausting. I don't think I could do it now, but carrying so many branches. But it was just unbelievable to walk in there and be praying in amongst all that greenery.
Right, and you can close your eyes and smell and just be transported in that way. So that's just gorgeous. Thank you so much. And this is from Agnon's Hasimana. This is going to tie together something that Ruti was talking about here, because this is an amazing short story. It comes in 42 chapters, no accident, because it's associated with the 42-letter name of God, Anana B'Koach. And it takes place in 1940, Shavuot 1943, in his home in Talpiot. I shouldn't say his, the narrator's home in Talpiot, but the narrator has many similarities to Agnon, but it is fictionalized, of course. And he had just found out that the people of Bichach, of his hometown in Galicia, had been all slaughtered by the Nazis. Okay, that there was virtually no survivors, and the word had just come to him, and it was Erev Shavuot, and he was, on the one hand, he was smelling all the smells of Eretz Yisrael and the world blossoming, and it reminded him of the aromas of Bichach, of his hometown, and that was no more. Or whose inhabitants, and he kept thinking of all the people he knew, and they were coming, and the smells are surrounding him, and it's drugging the sense of time and collapsing a sense of time. And at the same time, he's thinking about the smell of Shavuot, of Sinai, and he's wondering, how can he hold this? How can he possibly hold the beauty of Sinai and the divine presence and the destruction of his hometown, and he just can't hold it, and he starts reading a piyut by Ibn Gabirol called Shvuya Aniya, the poor captive, and he just sinks into it, and he has a vision in it, although in the story it's not a vision, it happens, and Ibn Gabirol comes to chant to him and to comfort him. And by the end, he's in the space of Shavuot, and he's holding his grief, and he is open to the aromas of Sinai and his hometown and Eretz Yisrael all at once. And it's just, it's something that opens out in so many directions. And it reminds me of the Midrash that says that God spoke all these words at once. Memitu mechaya bevat echad, slaying and bringing to life in one time, and afflicting and healing at one. And so this is what he says in an early part of, and you can see what chapter it is here. Someone will read number 3? And this is just a translation of it. The Hebrew is, of course, Agnonesque. I'm happy to read if people are too tired. You can close your eyes.
I can read.
Okay. Our house was ready for the holiday. Everything about our house said Shavuot. The sun shone down on the outside of the house. Inside, on the walls, we had hung cypress, pine, and laurel branches and flowers. Every beautiful flower and everything with a sweet smell had been brought in to decorate the house for Shavuot. In all the days I had lived in the land of Israel, our house had never been decorated so nicely as it was on that day. Number 11. On Shavuot, the world is also glad and rejoices with us. The lids of the sky are as bright as the sun, and glory and beauty cover the earth. And now he's thinking back to Bichach. The eternal light, the Ner Tamid, hangs down from the ceiling facing the Holy Ark, and the 2 tablets of the law above it. The light is wrapped in, geez, it sounds like Israel, actually, in slaf, in capers and thistles and bluebells, and it shines and gives off its light from between the green leaves of the caper's thorns and from the white, from its white flowers, from between the blue hues and the thistles and the gray leaves and purple flowers all around it. All the wild flowers which grow in the fields of our neighbor, this is Tapiot, gathered together this month to beautify our house of prayer for the holiday of Shavuot, along with the garden flowers, which the gardens in our neighborhood give us. To the right of the Holy Ark stands the reader's table, and on the table, a lamp with red roses around it. 6 candles shine from among the roses. Okay. And here, so that's that. And I'll just show you this. This is Shem Tov Gagin here. This is another thing here. I mean, Hag be'Eretz Yisrael. Okay, I should know this. Soya, Togarmi, and what's the mem? It'll come to me. But this is Syria, Turkey, and something. Litlot berimonei haSefer Torah ukli hakodesh ezem prachim v'shoshanim. It is the custom to put on the filials of the Sefer Torah and on all of the other holy utensils, flowers and roses. And it is the custom in those lands and also in the customs of Ashkenaz to put tree branches and flowers near the ark. He uses the Sephardi word hechal for Nararon there, and on the walls and at the entry to the Beit Knesset. And then he says why they do it on Shavuot. And some people don't like it so much, he says, but he tells you why it's so important. Morocco, yeah, right. I'm pretty sure that's Soya, Togarmi, and Morocco. There, which just means North Africa. Okay, and So this is really making it real here. So I want us to realize that just as we did with the ceremony with Gabrielle, you know, of doing it here, you can. I want us to imagine that we are in a place that is a garden, or a garden brought indoors. And if you have some flowers, smell that. If you have rose water, spray it on you. And that you're lifted into this pardes of meeting, which is a garden of meeting the beloved. And if you have any herbs, sometimes it's nice to get a little bit of more of a woody scent or a minty scent as well, and get it on your fingers. So you so rub it on your fingers if you have that, and smell like if not myrrh, that is evanescent and flowing through at least the like basil or rosemary or the scent of the flowers. And so now the last one that we're coming here. So we're standing at Sinai now, and this is a teaching of Joseph of Hamadan. We don't really know where he's from. Hamadan would suggest that he's from Iran or Persia. It's known as Shushan in Hebrew, and in Hebrew he's known as Yosef Haba Mishushan Abira. And but we know that he was active in Spain, and could be a word play, or maybe he came from there. And he's someone who's in the Zoharic circle. He actually wrote kind of like other like Zoharic teachings in Aramaic that he signed. So if most of the Zohar, if it comes from a circle, but maybe is mostly written by Moshe de Leon, one of the other people of that circle is what I call the absolute wild man of Spanish Kabbalah, Joseph of Hamadan. Just to give you one example of how wild he. I mean, I can't tell you that he starts mapping out the divine body, male and female, in very graphic detail. That's one thing. The second thing is that he had a notion of gender that was not binary. He said that everyone was some mix of what we call male and female. He didn't talk about Kinsey 6 or anything like that, but but he didn't have that kind of language. But he said, that people just like lean towards one side or the other more. And so he, very interesting kind of guy. And so what we're going to be looking at here, I'll do it for anyone who wants to look at the Hebrew. I suppose the best thing I can do is put it in the chat. Okay, maybe that's about the only thing I can do for that. So let me do that. Oh boy, can I do that? I'm going to stop share for a second. And I want to see, does anyone want the Hebrew? Ruti, you don't want the Hebrew? Okay, then I won't do it in the chat. Okay, so no worries. Okay, we'll do it in the English then. And so I want us to see, those of you who are into the active interpretation will enjoy this. And let me just find something here for a second. Yeah. Okay, got it. And so does anyone want to read, or do you just want me to read? I'm happy to. Okay, I'll do it. So this is, again, that verse. L'reach shmanecha tovim, shemen turak shmecha, al ken alamot ha'evucha. You are fragrant. Your oils are finely scented. Your name, what is a name here? It means your presence. Your presence, like finest poured oil, that is an aromatic oil. All the maidens desire you. So that's That's the female, the woman lover speaking. I'm I'm sorry. Yeah, to her beloved. And so here it's reread. Israel spoke before the Holy One, Sovereign of the universe, Ribono Shel Olam. Your name is aromatic, like poured oil, like perfume. That is, when the Holy One gave the Torah to Moses, our teacher at Sinai, the mountain became wholly aromatic and remained fragrant the entire 40 years that Israel wandered in the desert. Okay, so what's unusual about that? Okay, so anyone? So, well,
just said that the mountains had no smell. It was like, right, eruption of volcano.
yeah, but constant, because there's two things that happen with soils. One is that um, the olfaction turns off after a while. Usually, we're wired to always to respond to something new, but then to grow inured to something that is repeated over and over again. I won't bring up Trump. And it's like when you put on clothing, at first you feel it and then you usually don't, right? And so but this is something that or it plays hide and seek with you. Now you smell the violet, now you don't. And here there's some sense that you're continually smelling it, even if it comes and goes in your own experience. There's a sense that it's not volatile, and like a volatile olfactory molecule that degrades, but somehow is sustained here. So that's one thing that's kind of amazing here in this text. They began to chant to the divine beloved, "You are fragrant, your oils finely scented," referring to the fragrance of the Torah you gave us, the written and oral Torah. Thus it says, your oils are fragrant. Your name, Shemen Turak Shmecha, your name like finest flowing oil, your essence, to go back to what Dvorah said before. It's that aroma. And here's the analogy. Just as when one pours aromatic oil from one vessel to another, it wafts forth scent, so too the Torah, which is the names of the Holy One, when one learns it, its fragrance spreads forth. Everything is perfumed from it. Okay, so this is it's my translation from the Jeremy Zwelling's transcription of a manuscript. And so I want us to notice this right here, right? It's as though it's wafting forth. You don't have to do anything to unlock it. All you have to do is breathe it in. It's like a moment of grace in some ways, of chesed, because it just flows out, and everything is perfumed for it. So I want to notice it's as though that moment, it's the when you study Torah, it's as though somehow you are there at the moment of its giving. It's still flowing forth. It's not somehow lesser than, right? It becomes radical presence, and it's not like you smell the perfume of the beloved, and it means, but your beloved isn't there, and so you feel presence and absence at once. It's not like that here. You're feeling radical presence, and because the Torah here is understood mystically as being a weave of names of the divine, you can see it as letters. You can take it in as aromas. You can take it in as sound, or as glyphs or images that you see. Right, all that. So that's one. Second one here, which is interesting here. Here's another kind of model for it. another teaching, Oale Kedar, like the tents of Kedar, okay, from Song of Songs here. And there it's talking about probably about the beloved who, here's the woman who's a beloved, who is, right, her tent, that means that she had very dark hair, like the tents of Kedar, like dark goat hair. You're not supposed to think of smell here, because goat hair isn't so wonderful. It can be kind of pungent, but it's thinking about the dark color. And so, but here it's being reread, referring to the Torah that which wafts forth the scent of ahalim, aloes wood, not aloe, but aloes wood, which is used in very, very fine incense. Mostly it's from Tibetan places like that, but they knew about it because of the Silk Road. And cinnamon, for when one puts these fragrant barks in a cooking pot or a vessel, a kedar, which another meaning of kedar is a vessel, for grinding, it wafts forth a scent for the entire world. So it ahale kedar, it like aloes wood put in, or fragrant wood that's put in a vessel for cooking or for grinding, right? So it wafts forth a scent for the entire world. So here it is the Torah is both Shechina and the Torah. When you engage with Shechina, when you engage with Torah here, I put it here, in the heat of interpretation. So you get it in the first example, all you have to do is breathe in. It's no effort. Here, to release a scent, it's like when you have to scar a leaf or you have to grind something to release the scent. And that's a different interpretive process. Ruti, I'm thinking of you here. So too with the Torah, which the Holy One gave to Moses at Mount Sinai. Its exquisite fragrance never ceased or faded during the 40 years that Israel wandered in the desert. And so it says, Mizot olam min hamidbar, mikuteret mor ulevona, more fragrant with myrrh and frankincense than all of the spices of the merchant. And I'm thinking here of olah min hamidbar. They might even be thinking of burning here, a burnt offering here. But it's something that you're cooking it. So how is it that the Torah doesn't fade? It's because you are engaging with it. It is a gateway. Every letter is another sensual pathway. It's another, and through, it's like it's almost like you're instead of drinking it in, to use that metaphor here, you are you're chewing it first. You're chewing it. You're breaking it down. You're releasing the tastes and the fragrance of the Torah. And when you do that, it is a way of coming into the most intimate contact with the divine beloved, the aroma of the divine here, the taste of the divine that you are partaking of, even as you are giving back your scented breath in prayer and gratitude.
It's what they do with drugs, right? The chewing of gut or
absolutely here it's still scent, but you're cooking it, and so smelling is the antechamber to tasting here. It gives you that first hit of it, but it is like gut in that way that is commonly used among Yemenites, but you can get it in drinks in Israel too. You can get it in all kinds of forms in Israel. It's legal in Israel because it's grandfathered in as a traditional mind-altering drug. Okay, so now we're gonna get we'll do 3 and 4 and call it a day here. So this is here another interpretation here that talks about the interpretation. He's speaking on multiple levels: the union of the masculine and feminine faces of God, or transcendent and immanent, however you want to read that, of the human soul and the body, intrahuman, of the soul and the Shechina, the divine feminine here, and the black fire and the white fire of Torah, parchment and ink. It's all, the text, he weaves the two together. But here's just one little part of it. You are fragrant, like finest oil. L'reach shmanecha tovim. Referring to the soul and the body. The body began praising the soul. You are fragrant, okay? For the soul comes from a holy place, from the divine chariot, from the Shekhinah. So, of course, the word, all the words for soul in Hebrew, just about nefesh, ruach, neshama, all are about the breath. They all have to do with some part of breathing. And so here it's the connection between fragrance and the soul is obvious here. So through its sweet fragrance, the fragrance of the soul, the body is awakened. I want us to think of does our soul or our soul breath have some kind of subtle fragrance? A dog could smell it, can we? Yeah. The soul purges and rids the body of all impurities and fills it with chayut, or chiyut, the divine energy. Hence, Scripture says, "You are holy, fragrant, like fragrant oil. Your name, shemen torak shmecha, the fine oil or flow, the shefa from the divine realm, from that movable divine, that divine chariot, that movable temple." The soul is called Shem Turak, or Shemen Turak, it should be, poured oil, emptied out oil, for the soul contains the divine vitality of perfume. Thus, the souls of Nishama, soul breath, spell Shemen Hashem. You can see the anointing oil of God, or the Shekhinah, the Hay being Shekhinah. For the soul receives the perfumed oil from the Shekhinah, the final Hay of the ineffable name, right? All the limbs of the body love the soul, which light them up. And so to think of our soul as perfume or fragrance from the Shekhinah, right? We think of it often as what? Sparks of Shekhinah, sparks of light, or as letters that emerge from the Shekhinah, or blossoms from the Shekhinah, which of course can be fragrant. And here it's like the atar, the essence of the energy of Shekhinah that is in us. What is neshama? Shemen Hashem, Shemen of the name that is Shekhinah. That's one of my all-time favorites.
Mm-hmm.
And then finally here, according to the path of Kabbalah, some of that we've been doing for him before is pshat. You should know, pshat can be Kabbalah in Kabbalistic tradition here, but here now he says, of course, in the path of Kabbalah, this verse refers to the mystery of the supernal and pure covenant, Yesod, the golden bowl which pours oil. Now I know we can go all Elliot Wolfson on this and go phallic here, but I'm trying to think here also of some means, a channel for manifestation, the way in which Gabrielle was speaking of it before here, and this is really beautiful here. Then which pours oil. What is oil? It is the name of the Holy One. We were being inscribed, or here it's Shekhinah being inscribed with the name, right? It pours the oil, the name of the Holy One, the divine energy, into the bride. Ki Shmi Ba, for my name is in her. That's a riff on the verse of the Malach, the angel who contains the name of God. But here they were putting in the feminine. My name is in her. That is, your name is flowing oil. And so here, what's the golden bowl here? The golden bowl, which comes from Ecclesiastes 12:6. It's the golden bowl. I think that cord snaps on it. It comes down, which is really interesting. and it's here. It's Yesod within Shechina, the rainbow in the cloud. And so this is synesthesia, that which we see at Sinai, that one sees the sound, one hears the visible, and one smells the name that has a kind of tactile kinesthetic quality to it, so that the explosion or the climax is also perfuming and inscribing. And the divine goes back to liquid, or back to the breath and the structure of the soul here, the soul that is Shekhinah, but the soul that is in us. And yeah, and okay, I just have a note here of how the receptive is understood in Joseph of Hamadan. The way that works is that the way he distinguishes between masculine and feminine, even though he says they're on a spectrum, he says that a feminine sphira adds something of itself as it absorbs something of the aroma, whereas the male just lets it pass through. I don't know if I like that, but it's that there's something here that you're absorbing and adding to, like it's where you are the filter in some ways, and so something of the quality of the filter it mixes with the divine, with the oil rather, as well. Something of our name is there in the divine name. Okay, I'll just stop here. Okay, and now I can see who's here. So we've so I just wonder here. I've wanted to do scratch and sniff texts. Where, I mean, maybe it's too literal, but you could do something where you actually encode different aromas in the text, and you mix some of the scent. You mix some of the scents and you pour them from one realm to another. So here's part of my question. We sometimes say to know someone is to know something of their fragrance, right? That we can recognize that. Mothers are almost 100% in blind smell tests and recognizing the smell of their infant, right? When you put 10 different garments there, and they can tell. And yes, it's true, Dvora, that our sense of smell is not nearly as keen as that of many animals, but it's a lot better than it's given credit for. And we can sometimes distinguish an aroma or something that's just a little bit off when it's like 1 part per million. So I mean, yeah, it's better than we think, and it can be trained in some ways. So what does it mean to know the divine, to take in the divine, to know something of the aroma of our soul? It's anyhow. We're all exhausted, right? This is easier to do when we're in person, and we can pass around the different aromas for each teaching and see what.
That's good.
What?
That's how to diversify continuously, right? There is nothing that is the same.
Right. Sheshonim.
Sheshonim, right? Exactly.
Sheshonim. And so, and I want to say that the fragrance of the divine is changing in our era, that we are accessing different aromas, different teachings, different names of the divine that may have been hidden in earlier periods, even as there are certain things that maybe we can't access. And maybe there are ways that we can access some of the ancient aromas that have been forgotten in our tradition, as we've moved more from a rose to a paper rose very often. And we can inscribe it in our bodies. I mean, that gets very intimate, and so I'm not quite sure how to do that, but we can there are ways, I think, of and also of eating the foods in some way too, that you can do the foods of Shir HaShirim. It turns out to be charoset pretty much, but oh, Wendy's got it. Yeah. So
it reminds me of Esther when she's bathing in order to beautify herself, 6 months in
Right,
milk and
right,
6 months in the other oil,
right.
like what happened to a woman if she's a year, 6 months in one oil and the 6 months in the other bathing? Like what kind of skin does she get?
Not so good. It's satire. It's satire, but in the tradition they read Esther as the hidden Torah, and there's all sorts of so there's ways that you can metaphorize this, but then you can also re-embody it.
Right.
And I think that's figuring out how do you do that, and for some of us it would be too intimate. That isn't that interesting in some ways. I mean, if we did it with people we felt very safe with, we could do it, and maybe if it's certain kinds of smells, it would be just fine, but if we did the exchange of breath, that's something you do with a lover, or doing CPR. But no, but there's something powerful with that too. And of course, these days people are afraid to do CPR. But it's
And it doesn't work. It is known to not work
anymore. It's against the rules.
well, right now you skip that now and you just do the yeah.
So, we could invite Yafa Schnitzer, and she does biblical essential oil demonstrate. It's one of her things.
Mm-hmm. Where does she live?
Yafa, oh, she's married to Sonny Schnitzer.
Oh, yeah, okay, then I know who she is. Yeah, I know a few people who do things like that. Yeah, but it's really, I've tried some of the yeah, that's great. I've tried, mixing, I've tried mixing the different herbs and resins and oils that are associated with ketoret. You're supposed to leave one out, but and see what happens. And it wasn't so amazing, but that's
I've got. You said to have wood, so I have my cedar wood and my
so we can share that. Yeah,
sandalwood from Yafa.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
so I've been wanting to invite her for a long time. So
that's awesome. I mean,
can't have anybody anywhere anymore. So
right. No, that's right. And we live, it's tricky. We live in a world where there's all kinds of chemical sensitivities, right? And less so to some of these natural things, but some people have it. So so what do you do with that? I mean, in general, I feel there has to be many pathways in, and it's not one thing in the sensorium, and sometimes it's without the sensorium, that you do it. You enter with the sensorium, and that at a certain point you go inward in a way. But
so this is where overwhelming fragments are introduced. So the dominance of a smell becomes like really a ruling factor.
It can be, right, and right, but it can also be an inviting thing. It's all those things here. I'll go back to the great quote, which you probably have to see because it's too complicated. Okay, yeah, okay. I'll just put this back for a sec. Here and here, right here, and this is it goes, of all the senses, that of smell, which is attracted without objectifying, bears clearest witness to the urge to lose oneself in and become the other. That's why it evokes so many strong feelings. As perception and perceived both are united, and that's like it's like hapoel v'hanif'al, right? The cause and that which emerges from that are one. That's like one of the images in both in philosophy, Jewish philosophy, and in Kabbalah for unification here. As perception and perceive both are united, smell is more expressive than the other senses. When we see, we remain what we are, usually. But when we smell, we are taken over by otherness.
This is wonderful.
Yeah, it's Horkheimer and Adorno. And it may be a little too strong because there's affiliative seeing that we just react so strongly to certain things that we see that we're taken over and our we neurons kick in. And so some people are very, very empathic in that way. But I think I think that's true because you are literally taking in that which is other into you, right? It's which is an amazing moment there, and it's a Venn diagram to be sure. I mean, it's still outside of you. It's within you and without you, as George Harrison sang.
Not to mention all the issue of otherness that you didn't talk about, but you imply. So
right, and that's it. So it's like the other that where there is a temporary kind of emerging and exchange, right? Because it's breathing in and out. So it's not forever here, but it is something that it's at least like a Venn diagram, and sometimes something even stronger than that. And it may not be our primary modality of being in the world. In other words, we want to have boundaries, and we only want to let in people we want to let in, right? And yet we also know that as much as we are individuals, we are part of an ecosystem, right? And we are mixed together, whether we, and you see how hard it is to do that. I mean, it's easy to feel lonely. I mean, but actually we're always interacting with the world around us and the web of life. And so there's a way that we can go back and forth between different levels of awareness here, and I think that's a gift.
Elliot, you are a gift.
I know everyone's exhausted. So here's the thing we're going to do just to end here, and if anyone wants it, I mean, I have great Hebrew poems, but the one I prepared is I'm not going to do. I would only do it if someone wants to look at it with me without any preparation. But I know we're all tired. So it goes like this. This is in Rav Tifta, the way in which the Chevraya seal in that which they have experienced, which can't all be put into words, is they smell the apple. They smell the apple, and the apple encodes it in the deep memory in ways that we can't always access. And so as a gesture towards that, I just thought if you happen to have something that would represent that for you, not everyone has an apple handy.
No, out of all the things I have here, I have no apple.
Yeah, it's not, so it's like the end of the apple season. Yes. Tapuach batzeh yar kein rayoti ben abanim. And so just in gratitude to everyone who's been part of this here, those who are here still standing, machazik mamad, machzikam mamad. I think I'm the only male here. I don't know what's up with men. And can't you get some male friends and significant others to come here or whatever, and just a breathing in of the breath of our of Shem and Hashem, of the Shekhinah and of our souls, connected in ways that we only begin to see, but and just to encode that as a blessing here, we'll just smell the smell of the apple. And I know that the apple is not necessarily the Edenic fruit, but sometimes I like to think of it as that aroma reminds us of other worlds that we have experienced and other worlds that we may yet open to, and bring in to our awesome, challenging, horrible, beautiful world.
Amen.
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 Sela.
Okay.
Amen. And yes, Shakha.
Thank you. And so that's it. I think probably no one has the energy for Rivka Miriam, you know. It's amazing. I thought Ruti would and others might have like all these ideas about it, but it's great. Wendy, I'm having trouble reading it. So do you want to share what it is?
Sure. I remembered from everything you were sharing that 20 years ago.
Right.
Is this echoing? Is it echoing?
A little bit.
Okay. I don't know if that's going to work then. I wrote a poem 20 years ago about a rose.
Right.
Is this better?
It's fine.
Is this better?
It's fine.
Is this better? The climbing rose around the doorway. Around the doorway, a climbing rose blossomed new blossoms. Husband and wife stood in the doorway in a frame of blossoming buds. The roses spoke a soft red language in silent fragrance.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, go ahead. I'm so sorry.
Husband and wife listened, gazing at soft petals and green leaves. On the threshold, surrounded by roses, they listened, and from the fragrance drew near.
Maybe you can send that to us too, if possible, or send it to me.
Sure.
If you feel comfortable doing that, and you can also
sure.
You can also paste it in the if you're able in the chat. So
Okay.
this is an outro because I always like singing as our way out, and I'm going to put the words of Har Hamor, the mountain of myrrh, on, and yeah, beautiful, and just wish everyone the sweet dreams if you're going to go to sleep. If you're staying up all night, you know, there's lots of good things to do, but probably not probably not a Hashkama minyan that you can go to, an early morning minyan. So may we know expansive consciousness and skillful ways of moving between worlds, and really try to access the right Torah for the right world.
The right Torah, beautiful.
For the right world, yeah, because exactly. So I'm going to put this up. I know I have it here. And Jane, thank you for telling me the thing about swiping. I didn't know that. There's so much I don't know. Okay. Not Bati Lagani. It is, okay, sorry. I closed it and now I have to find it again. Tikkun bilingual. Please. Okay. boss, I think. Okay. Here. Okay. Is this it? Yeah. Okay, I'll put this up. It's actually better in here. I'm sorry. That's why. Okay. And here. And so I'll put this up as share. And oh my goodness. I'm getting faster and faster here. Okay. Okay. There's this. And I'll do it as play. And I'll do a swipe that hopefully will take me to something else. No, it's not doing it. Okay, I'm going to stop. I'm going to make it like this for a moment, and I'm going to call it up, and that'll do it. לילה טוב, חג שמח, גדיונטף.